For record-keeping purposes, if you wish to make a statement regarding any item on the agenda, please complete the form located at the entrance or at the rear of the council chambers and deliver it to the Planning and Housing Commission Secretary. Welcome to everyone who's here tonight to our Planning and Housing Commission meeting. Commissioner Longwell will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Persons wishing to address the Planning and Housing Commission are requested to state their name for the record. This portion of the agenda is intended for public comment. State law prohibits the Planning and Housing Commission from discussing or taking action on items that are not listed on the agenda. The Planning and Housing Commission will appreciate your cooperation in keeping your comments brief. Please observe a 3-minute limit to communications. Ms. Capilla, did we receive any speaker cards or written comments from members of the public for items not on the agenda?
No, Chair, we did not receive any speaker cards, no written comments. Okay,
thank you. Next, we will turn our attention to approval of meeting minutes from our last meeting, which was January 22nd of 2024. And did we receive any speaker cards or written comments regarding the meeting minutes?
No, Chair, we did not.
All right. Do we have any motion regarding the minutes?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, very good. We have a motion that's been seconded. Let's vote. Okay, the motion passes. Next, we have public hearings. These are items that have been publicly advertised for review and consideration by the Planning and Housing Commission. First public hearing tonight is for PP 2023-0008. This is a precise plan application to review the site plan, architecture, fencing, and landscaping for 19 single-family dwelling units proposed for 4.73 acres located on the northwest corner of Taylor Avenue and Citron Street in the R1 8.4 zone. Applicant is Brian Bergeron from Foremost Pacific Group. We have Ms. Choi, our senior planner, here to present the item.
Good evening, Chair. Thank you, and member of the Planning Commission. Before the Commission tonight is a precise plan PP 2023-0008. It is a request for the Commission to review the architecture, site plan, landscaping of a project located at the northwest corner of Taylor Avenue and Citron Street. It involves a 19 single-family dwelling unit on a 4.73 acre lot. To provide the Commission a little background on this current precise plan request, the tentative track map was approved back in January 2022, and that was for the subdivision of 19 single-family lot, and that is what the applicant is proposing tonight. Each lot is required to have a minimum lot area, of 8,400 square feet because this is located in the R1 8.4 zone. Again, the current request is for the Commission to review the site plan, architecture of the homes, fencing, and landscaping for the 19 single-family lot. This is the locational and zoning map showing the adjacent zoning of nearby properties. They are mostly R1 zoning, specifically 8.4 in the R1 8.4 zone. There are some R1 7.2 zoning, which require the minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet. However, as you can see on the map, the immediate zoning surrounding this site is R1 8.4. The project is located in the low-density residential land use area under the general plan, which allowed a density of 3 to 6 dwelling unit per acre. The proposed project is proposing 4.01 dwelling unit per acre. The lot size ranges from 8,400 square feet to 14,000 square feet, with an average of 9,322 square feet for each lot. There are, again, 19 single-family dwelling. 7 of those 19 single-family dwelling units are one-story products. These are floor plan 1A and 1C. They provide 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, roughly 1,475 square feet of livable area, and the remainder of the single-family dwellings are 2-story products. Those are identified as floor plans 2B and 2D. They have 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths, roughly 1,592 square feet. And again, additional 2-story products are identified as floor plans 3A and 3C. And those are 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, with approximately 1,798 square feet. Each lot or each single family is provided with an attached 2-car garage, and additionally, there will be a sufficient driveway space to accommodate 2 additional vehicles. The project complies with the required lot coverage requirements in the R1 8.4 zone, which allow up to 40% of lot area to be covered by the dwelling unit and 35% of the lot area to be covered by the dwelling unit if it's a 2-story unit. The building height limitation is 25 feet for 1-story unit and 30 feet for 2-story units. Those are the maximum allowance, and the project is remaining below that maximum allowance. The residential design guideline recommends that the front yard setback to be a minimum of 25 feet. However, it does encourage varying the setback so that you don't have a row of homes facing the street with same consistent setback, and that will provide streetscape, improve the streetscape, and provide interest along the street as vehicle or other residents walking down the street to provide that offset. And the project is providing that. Shown here is the site plan. I apologize that I didn't provide the color corresponding to the 1- and 2-story products. There are light green and dark green colors showing the single-family residence. Those are 1-story products. The purple and brighter purple and blue, those are 2-story products. As you can see that the 1-story products are adjacent to existing home. And approaching the corner of Tyler and Citrons, you have 2-story products. We'll go into the floor plan design. So this is one of the 2 1-story units that is shown here with roughly 1,475 square feet. You have a 2-car garage with a foyer entering to the unit. I should note that there is an additional garage showing on the floor plan, and this garage is the garage dedicated for the ADU unit, which is not subject to the Commission's review tonight. The 1-story units are provided in 2 styles, the French country and the Tuscany styles. Again, this is a 1-story unit, so you have the bedrooms and the common area, which is the kitchen and the living room leading to the backyard. For the 2-story products, this is showing in front of you is identifies floor plans 2B and 2D. These are in Spanish and Craftsman styles. They provide a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, and an area called flex room, which is located at the top of the landing on the 2nd floor. So again, you have a 2-car garage on the ground floor. You have the common living area, which is the kitchen and the living area leading to the backyard. And going up to the 2nd floor, you have the private bedrooms area with the addition of a flex room. So this is the other 2-story unit programs identified as floor plans 3A and 3C. These are provided in French country and Tuscany style. The difference between this 2-story unit and the prior one that was in the prior screen is that this This floor plan has an additional den and office area, which is located on the first floor, adjacent to the main entrance. Again, you have a two-car garage attached to the home. You enter the home with, there's a recessed alcove entering the home through the foyer area. To the right, you have the den or the office, and you have common areas such as kitchen and living area on the first floor. And going up to the second floor, there are 3 bedroom and 3 bath. Now we'll look at the elevation in terms of the style and the finish of the proposed one-story products. Here shown in front of you is the French country style one-story. With this particular style, the proposed height is 18 feet and 5 inches at the highest point. And the second type of one-story style is the Tuscany style. This particular style is a little lower, it's 17 and 10 inches. Spanish style is one of the style proposed for the 2 stories product. And also Craftsman's is another 2-story products, and these are proposed at 24 feet and 1 inch. For floor plans 3A, which is the French country style, is at 25 feet and 8 inches. And the last one is the Tuscany style for the 2-story floor plan, also at 25 feet and 8 inches. On the landscape plans, the applicant will be removing the palm trees along Taylor Avenue. These palm trees are not heritage trees, and they are not required to be replaced on site. The applicant is proposing to provide new trees along the parkway, and those trees are identified on the tree for residential lot table on your screen. And additionally, because of the tree removal along Taylor Avenue, the applicant is required to coordinate with our Community Services Department before he install the new trees to determine the location and the number of trees that is required, which is at a ratio of every 1 tree removal, the applicant is required to provide 2 new trees. The project will be providing decorative block wall around the perimeter of the project site. Additionally, the interior lot line, which are shown in green on the screen in front of you, will be made of decorative block material as well, and specifically there will be split face material. Staff is able to make the finding for the proposed precise plan project as it conforms with the development standard in the R1-8.4 zoning district and comply with the low density residential. The proposed project also meets the housing elements goal and policy for infill development to provide additional housing product in the city. The project is compatible with adjacent single-family uses in terms of building scale, massing, architectural style, and materials. In conclusion, staff is able to make the CEQA finding, being that this is an infill project with available utility in the urban area, and this is a categorical exemption under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, Section 15332, Class 32. In conclusion, staff is recommending that the Planning and Housing Commission adopt Resolution Number 2626, granting Precise Plan 2023-0008, based on the finding contained in the staff report and condition of approval, and additionally finding that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA as a Class 32 infill development project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Choi. So we will continue with this item first with questions from commissioners to staff?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Choi, for your report. I enjoyed the staff report because when you were blending the municipal code requirements with the recommendations for standards, that was very interesting for me to show the flexibility on the projects. Regarding the, is this the first project to come before us that has all ADUs on the lots, Ms. Coletta? Right?
Under the new ADU law, yes. And we've had some in the past where they were casitas without the kitchen facility, but that has since changed. So this is one that they're exercising the entire option.
Okay, thank you. I guess my question is regarding the block walls. Ms. Choi, if we could bring up that slide that you had, please. So looking, I don't have any questions regarding the green interior walls. That's fine. Nor do I have questions regarding the vinyl between the ADU and the home. And thank you, it's not lost on me that the first story homes were all placed adjacent to the existing homes versus 2-story. But it's the comment where, in the staff report, where the northern wall there, I guess it's in red there that you have on your, so that would be lot 1, 9, and 10. And it talked about, you talked about both block walls and also retaining walls. And I went out there and looked on site, my second time out there, the first time after it came before us, I think it was 2021, for the 19 lots. And when you look at the existing homes from the lot view, and you see, for example, above north of 9 and 10, there's at 1, 9, and 10. So one of them has a wood fence, and you go stand up to it, and it comes up, for example, to my nose, and I'm 5'6", so that's 5 foot. And then over on 9 and 10, the existing wall is chain link or shrubbery or some other kind of division between the existing and the new proposed lots. And then as you go down on the west side of lot 1 and 2, for example, there is also conditions of divisions of that wall going down to lot 4 and 19. That would be wood fencing. And then the last one builds up to cinder block wall. In the report or some of the exhibits, it talked especially about this west perimeter length, and they were annotations on, I don't think I saw it until I saw the landscape exhibit, and it had notations about 5 foot, 6 foot, 5, and 5 feet. So is that going to be, why is there only going to be a 6-foot wall on some areas, some retaining walls at 2.5 feet, 2.5 feet to 5 feet, and not a full encompassed 6-foot wall? So that the new, I understand it's meant to be built as an extension of the existing Susanna Lorraine homes, but can you discuss that a little bit about the separation of the privacy issue?
Based on the floor plans and the grading plans provided by the applicants will be providing block wall along the west perimeter of the project site, which the applicant will be building a block wall, either abutting existing wood fence that belongs on, that are constructed on neighboring property at this time, along the west perimeter of the site, which would be the back, along lot 19, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, so the wall that the builder is going to build will not replace the existing infrastructure there, the homeowners, for example, but on the property line for the project?
Correct.
Okay, so the annotations of going from 6 foot, 5 foot, and et cetera, did not reflect, maybe it reflected the existing? Wall or fence?
The annotation will provide information on the left-hand side, which typically, if you're looking at the section drawing, will indicate existing improvement on the adjacent neighbor side. And on the right-hand side, it will indicate the portion that typically 2 feet or 3 feet that are retaining, and above that, they would most likely provide a 6-foot-high block wall.
Okay, and you know where this is going, with the ADUs being so close to the property line, except for Lot 4 where the residence is going to be at the property line, adjacent to the homes. I think it's important to be, put a new project in and be good neighbors with the existing neighbors. I don't know that living in looking out to a vacant lot is there's any good compromise when now you have a build coming in on what used to be an empty lot. My question is, though, what, for example, and I don't want to question the ADU, but I do want to ask a curiosity question. What is the height? You provided the height for the home. What is the height of an ADU? Is that?
Shown on plans, the heights are 1 story, and they're roughly a little over 15 feet tall.
Okay. So definitely above the wall that's going to be constructed. Okay. And while the builder is putting in the ADUs and we don't have discretion over that, I would ask that they be cognizant of doors that open up, for example, for the homes on Shirley that back up to 1, 2, and 3. At some point, there looked like there was a slider on the ADU or a doorway that would open up right over the pool, the spa on the existing home. So if those kind of considerations with the floor plans would be given, I think the existing homeowners would appreciate that. I had a question regarding the layout here. Hang on just a second, please. The ADUs being so close to the wall, usually when there's a structure next to another one, we try to suggest maybe some landscaping for a visual buffer. But from the looks of this, there is no, because they're all sidewalks up against the block wall, there is no opportunity for landscaping against that for a visual blocking, or no?
It is not shown on the landscape plans that you're seeing. However, it doesn't preclude the developer from providing the landscaping at a later time when he comes in with the ADU proposal. As shown on the site plan now, all of the ADUs are at least 5 feet away from the adjoining neighbor's lot.
Okay, and I did appreciate the attempt to bring the air conditioning unit, the condenser, away from the wall. Appreciate that. I had a question regarding the trees, and maybe it's more for the applicant. Chair, I'll hold on to that. The trees are not part of the district like on Main Street where it becomes a historic district. I understand that. Your staff report noted that they're going to be moved, and yet they, in their write-up and their notations on the landscaping, it noted that they were going to be relocated. Any discussion on where those would go?
It will be up to the discretion, the determination of our community services department. They will have to find the appropriate location to accommodate the size of the existing tree. And if they're not relocated elsewhere in the city, they would not otherwise be required to do so.
Here's my thought on that is Taylor is named after one of our founding fathers, right, in the 1800s, purchasing the land originally, Garretson, Joy, Rimpaw. So here we have, may not be designated historic, but it is historic to our community. And I would hate to see these palm trees, rich in history, although not identified, to just be destroyed somehow. I will ask later if there is a possibility to entertain moving those palms in place of the new trees. I want to get a discussion going on that, but that's not for staff. Thank you. Let me talk about the I did see on the landscaping, there was a note about landscape maintenance by property management. So I was appreciated the fact that it was noted that this would be annexed into a CFD.
I would defer to our Development Services staff.
Okay, Ms. Coletta said yes.
Yes, it was a requirement of the tentative track map that they annex into a CFD.
Thank you for that. On page 2, when you talk about, when the applicant talks about the landscaping in the front yards with wood mulch, I'm not a fan of wood mulch. It looks good for about 3 months, and then with our heat and it just gets messy with the sidewalks and the driveways. It's just not neat looking. And I would hate to have the landscaping deter from the new homes and the new architecture that they're trying to go for as an improvement. Heck, I'd rather see synthetic grass than something like that. So if that could be considered. I wanted to say that when you're looking at the site plan and you're looking at the landscaping, so those 2 exhibits along with this, and so you see the site plan, you see this wall plan, it's important to note which of the styles of the houses are, because as the elevations shown, the number of windows that would face another property, for example, if they could minimize multiple windows that would be adjacent and overlooking, if that could be considered with their location of which architectural style there would be. I did want to make a comment regarding was the city requiring a 500-foot outreach to the community as normal?
Yes, we did, and that the applicant did provide a mailer to neighbors within the 500-foot radius, and that is provided in your exhibit. And if you like, the applicant can certainly discuss further as he talked to you about the project.
No, I did see that in the exhibit, but I also saw 7 pages of addresses. And if you look at those addresses, they were well beyond the 500. They went, give them kudos, they went all the way up to 2,000 feet or more, 1 or 2,000 feet. So I appreciate the extra effort for outreach. That's all for now, Chair. Thanks.
I have a question on the ADUs. If the ADU is attached, is it still considered an ADU? Because I'm looking at 19 and it appears to be attached.
Yes, the city does, and as a matter of fact, state law allows attached and detached ADUs.
Okay.
I have a follow-up on that, Ms. Choi. Is a ADU included in the RHNA numbers?
They're only included in our housing stock if it's meeting a certain income criteria, but it does allow for moderate income, above moderate income, as well as low income. So we did do a percentage base of what we thought ADUs could be used for, but yeah, anything that is housing related, that is something that can be inhabited, it does count towards our RHNA numbers. It's just depending on the income classification.
So these 19 are included.
They would be when we do our annual reporting to HCD.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions for staff? Okay. Yeah, I have no questions for staff at this time. So at this point, we do have speakers that have already turned in cards, and I've got a handful of them for this particular item. Any others who wish to speak on this item should also turn in a card at their convenience. So I will read off the first couple names, and then those speakers can make their way up to the podium I have Jim Collette, Mary Cox, and Catherine Rinser.
Good evening. My last name is Coletti, as in spaghetti. I am at Lot 2 on Shirley Drive on the track 4855. So, Ms. Alexander, I appreciate your comments. My house butts up against the field. My backyard does. And
You saw me out there today then?
no, I didn't see
Stalking?
you, but your comments were well received. Thank you. I'm concerned, and Ms. Choi has responded to me in a couple of emails. Thank you for that. My understanding is that I have a cinder block or a slumstone block wall behind myself, and my adjacent neighbors have block walls. From what I understand in conversations with Ms. Choi is that the new home block wall will come up so far, and there'll be a space between my block wall and the new home block wall. And I think that's a hazard looking for a place to happen. Am I understanding that correctly?
Continue with your comments, and we can check on that.
Okay, if that's the case, then my preference would be is to blow my wall out and put a new block wall in. I do have a swimming pool, but I'm assuming if that's the case and you guys put in a new wall and take our walls out, my adjacent neighbor walls out, and they're probably 30 plus years old. They're still in good condition. I don't see any cracks in any of my grout lines or anything like that. But still, it doesn't make sense because if you have a space between a wall and another wall, a new wall and an existing wall, that's a hazard. That's a hazard for, say, a possum runs up and a dog goes after it, it falls down between the crack, then that possum can't get out. So then it's going to smell, and it's going to, what happens to anything that falls in between? The weeds in the field grow right up to our fences. So are the weeds going to grow in between the two block walls? And what do we do with that? So again, my preference would be to blow out our walls if you guys are going to bring in new additional walls rather than have the space in between them. That's pretty much it. The wall's going to drive me crazy.
All right, thank you, Mr. Coletti.
Thank you.
My name's Mary Cox, and I live on Lorraine. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak to you tonight. In 2022, I believe, we were given a map that showed 19 homes, and we were concerned at that time about crime and traffic. And then we were given, in November, 19 homes and 19 ADUs. I understand that the builder cannot be prevented from these ADUs being built. It's not the ADUs themselves that we are concerned about, it's the size of them. At approximately 1,200 square feet, this is the size of a small house. In order to accommodate this size of an ADU, it's my understanding that the staff approved 0 lot lines or no setbacks are required. Why did they do this? You mentioned, Ms. Alexander, about very little space. We need that space. Setbacks are there because of noise, privacy, environmental reasons, and safety. And by allowing this, the builder gets to build these huge ADUs, which is going to add to more traffic, it's going to add more noise, and it's really going to disrupt our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has been there for over 50 years. These plans, even though you say it matches the neighborhood, they do not match the neighborhood in any shape or form. So what we ask is that you do not approve these with these size of ADUs and with no setbacks. I had an ADU built, I had to have a 10-foot setback. So I feel it's only fair if this developer has setbacks. And that's why these 1,200 square feet ADUs are there, because the city waived the setbacks. And that's a disservice to the surrounding neighborhoods. The report also said that there is no impact on traffic. We disagree. There will be a lot of impact on traffic, because we all know that these homes are probably going to have 2 or 3 cars, and that the ADUs are probably going to have 2 or 3 cars. That adds a lot of cars and a lot of traffic to this area. Yes, we are an infill, but we've been there for 50 years, and we're very upset that that the staff has chosen to ignore the fact of what we look like in that neighborhood and to add all of this stuff to the neighborhood, especially 1,200-foot ADUs. That's almost as big as my house. My house is only 1,300 square feet. So that is what he asked. And I appreciate, Ms. Alexander, your comments. And I hope you take this in consideration and not approve this until this is worked out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Ms. Cox. Actually, before we get to the next speaker, maybe Ms. Coletta can correct me if I'm going to speak incorrectly. I believe under the state law that entitles the ADUs, they have to be a smaller size than that. Is it 800 square feet?
So it's 800 square feet, and it can be, we have to at least allow up to 800 square feet. That's what the law states. We cannot prevent it. And then the largest you can go is 1,200 square feet. If you do 800 square feet or less, you can actually have reduced setbacks down to 4 feet. They are not doing that in this case. All of the ADUs, I'm looking at the site plan, they all have setbacks. They're anywhere from 5 feet to 6 feet along the property lines. So we did not approve 0 setbacks for these ADUs. There's no way that we would have done that. So they are meeting the criteria in terms of what the requirement is.
But so you're saying if it's 800 square feet or less, then
They can go down to 4 feet.
and then up to the size that these are then, but are they still allowed to build them that size to right?
Yes.
And then what's the ministerial process, review process in title?
So they go through the building plan check process. So they turn their plans in like they're going to do for the single-family dwelling, and we review each property separately. So it comes in and we review the structural drawings for the home, and then we also review the structural drawings for the ADU.
And then, so I guess what I'm getting at, how much discretion does the city have in, decide, helping the builder decide what these ADUs ultimately end up like?
So we already have an ordinance adopted for ADUs, and that's where the ordinance already describes the objective development standards, which is what we are limited to. Our ordinance basically follows state law, and then we do have requirements that the ADUs do need to be compatible with the existing house in terms of its presentation, but it does meet all of that criteria. So if it comes in and it meets all of that criteria under the ordinance, that is where we are stuck with our review.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Coletta. Yes.
Does that mean that you could approve just 800 square feet ADUs? You don't have to approve 1,200?
No, they have the option if they meet the criteria in our CMC. So if they can go larger if they meet all of our requirements.
And I just want to add a comment, not just for you, for everyone. We had this come before us for the ADUs as soon as the state law passed. It came before us. Believe me, there was plenty of comments and pushback about the state taking over local control, especially with ADUs. But when the ordinance went into place by law, we had to do it. It really took away any of our discretion. As Ms. Choi brought up, the ADU portion of this was added to the site plan for everyone to see, but we don't have any discretion. We have no review here tonight. We only have review for things like the walls, the fencing, the landscaping, the architecture, those type of things is what we're limited here. So, I don't want to get political, but voting takes effect, and it has causation. I mean, it trickled down to here for us at a city level, and we don't have control over these things anymore.
Can I ask when that was passed?
SB 9, I'm not sure.
No, I think she's probably talking about the ADU
Oh, the ADU.
part of the
came forth?
CMC.
Yeah. So it started in 2017, and then there were 2 amendments by the legislation after that. So we had to come back in 2020 and re-adopt new legislation after we already adopted it in 2017.
Because my house was built and my ADU was built in 2020, and I was required to have a 10-foot setback. Just saying.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Cox. It's been helpful for us to be able to delve into the details of the ADUs, even though we can't actually do anything about it. Next, we have Catherine Rinser, followed by Paulette Perry and Martha Cervantes.
My name's Kathy Kinzer, and I live on Taylor, 2 doors up from Lot 10. And basically, well, many of my questions have been answered, but my main issue is with the ADUs. And you pretty much clarified that we have no say-so about that. But when 3 years ago, when this was proposed by the landowner that came door to door, it was proposed to be 19 single-family homes, which we were all in favor of. But with the added ADUs, major concern for privacy and for noise levels, especially if they're going to be backed up to the fences. If there's minimal backyard for recreation and trees, that just increases the noise level and kind of changes the whole environment of our neighborhood. And that's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Perry?
Hi, I am Paulette Perry. I live directly across Lot 19. That is the only single story on that street from what you're saying. The first part is you are not building to my neighborhood. I'm on a 3,600 square foot home, okay? I'm on a third of an acre. 8,400 square feet is not a third of an acre. You are not building to anybody that's on West Citron. You're not keeping up with what we have. That means that you are building outside of what we have already, and that's not apropos to me. I don't get that, number one. Number two, you're going to take down the palm trees. What's that going to do to our wildlife? Because they are nesting right now. You do have to know that this is an environmental problem. What about all of the traffic, as Mrs. Cox said, and she said it very, very well. I stand behind what she said immensely. But the traffic on West Citron, we've already had an accident last week. Car almost went through my neighbor's house. 6 years ago, one did come through my house. And I'm in the middle of the block. The kids going down to Corona High School, Letha Rainey, plus all of the elementary schools on the way, Vicentia Elementary. The traffic in the mornings are already overloaded on a 2-lane street. What are we going to do about that? When I went down and spoke to the police officers, Officer Padilla, I said, We've told you that this is an accident waiting to happen, and I don't get an answer. They are going to try. They're going to try and be there. But if you don't have somebody there all the time, it's out of sight, out of mind. I walk every day 2 miles in my own neighborhood. I can't tell you the number of people that do not stop at that 4-corner stop. They're all rolling stops or they don't even stop. A lot of concerns for this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Martha Cervantes, to be followed by Rick Cleveland and Joe Morgan.
And my name is Martha Cervantes. I thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Alexandra for doing a field visit. As you can see, I live on Lorraine Drive. That has been a cul-de-sac since we moved in, which was about 30 years. So a lot of my neighbors have been there a lot longer. The concern that I have, and I think that's something that Mary had already mentioned, is the impact of the traffic. And the increase of the traffic brought on by the additional residents that are going to be residing not only in the regular, the standard home plus the ADU. There is going to be impact with the driving. Sometimes we even have such a tough time already just on that cul-de-sac right there on Lorraine, or off of Lorraine and Crestview, that it's difficult to find traffic. So adding more, that's going to be tough. And also, one of the things that she mentioned, the previous speaker, the traffic on those 4 corners between Citron and Taylor, it is horrendous. You have people there that just drive like they think that they're driving on Foothill or they're driving on Ontario. And it's a small little, there's a school down the street. I am hoping, and what I would like to go ahead and suggest is that there has to be some speed bumps or something that will evoke the drivers to stop. That's a real hazard right there. And again, another concern, if I may, is the street already on Lorraine Drive, like many of the other streets, if you travel through them, the pavement is really in bad condition. Just right now, if you add additional traffic, it's going to be really bad. So that is one of our biggest concerns. The ADU in itself, where are these folks? Where are these folks going to park? And that's a real. I mean, it's going to happen. The project, I'm sure it's going to go through, and we have to be open and accept diversity, and it has its wonderful things that it can go ahead and bring. But we also have to be aware that a lot of the neighbors that have been living in that little street, which is from Crestview to Lorraine, these folks have been there 50 years. My kids grew up in that. I mean, they were small. We don't have any teenager. We don't have any small children anymore. Our grandchildren are there. But the same token, I could just imagine, no longer is our kids going to be able to go ahead and play in the street like they normally would, because you're going to have that influx of traffic. Put yourselves, folks, in our situation and our thoughts. Grandchildren, kids, playing. It's not going to, it's an accident. And there has to be other options for parking as well. Okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate your field visit too. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cleveland?
Good evening. So we talked about this the last time this came up, and ADUs did come into play. And the one thing you can do as a planning commission, Mr. Moody, is you can turn down the plan as it is. I'm fully aware that it's going to go through. I'm not really shocked that the ADUs are part of it. I thought they would be. However, I have in the last 4 years 3 ADUs across the street from me, and I live on the corner of Vicentia and Suzanne. Of those 3 ADUs, I have an additional 6 cars that park on the street. So you have a parking issue. I guess we could start selling permits. That might be something we could do, but the ADUs are going to happen and you're not going to be able to do anything about it. And I fully understand that. One thing you can do in my situation is Suzanne will connect with Lorraine. So you'll have, for 40 years, we've had a dead-end street. Now it's no longer going to be a dead-end street. It will be a thoroughfare. And you're going to have people driving down streets that never had that thoroughfare. So it does change the dynamics of family, living, everything that goes on there that everyone's used to that's here tonight. Turn it around and have it exit onto Taylor and Vicentia or Citron. And I made that suggestion last time we were here, but as we are all feeling in the audience, we're talking to a blank wall because I don't see any of that changing as it's come through. But that would be the suggestion I would make. I know that being here tonight, telling you, if I were to come back in 10 years, we're going to have double the number of cars parked on our streets. We're going to have traffic. We're going to have some 4-way stop signs put in because people don't stop for stop signs. If you don't know that, we can all attest to it because we watch it daily while we're out in front of our houses or as we're walking. So we see it. I'm sure you see it in Corona. But that would be my suggestion if that helps at this point. Thank you.
Okay, next, last speaker's card, Mr. Morgan.
Good evening, everybody. So we used to live right around the corner from here. I got family and friends that live in this neighborhood. It's interesting, the little game that's getting played with the design for this project. You know, when it came up, I mean, it makes all the sense in the world to sort of complete the tract that wasn't completed before. So when it originally came up, that's kind of how it was pitched. But then when you see the actual designs, you know, I like the fact that it's outward facing, sort of the older type of construction instead of being all blocked in like the new stuff, you know, where you got walls on the outside and houses on the inside. So that's nice. But then you look at the houses and the way they're laid out, that is in no way like cohesive with the rest of this neighborhood at all. I mean, you've got basically little block houses right at the front of the lot that are not going to match with the rest of the neighborhood at all. There's nothing in that area that's remotely anything like it. And the game that they're trying to play is just trying to make space for basically doubling the number of units. Now we could say that we don't, you know, that we don't have a say over ADUs, which is objectively true, but you know, we do have a say over the type of design. You know, that's what this process is about. And you know, and I'm curious if the houses were made to be more appropriate for like kind of a small infill thing, that maybe you'd have a little less, I don't know, audacious use of the land as far as the ADUs go. You know, because our house was 1,200 square feet when we got it. Now it's a whopping 1,400 square feet because we did a massive addition. But you know, that's a full single family dwelling in the back. So you're not building 19, you're building 38. And to do it, they're basically building South Corona style houses in the middle of Taylor and Vicentia. I'm thinking about this as having lived in that neighborhood going, what the hell? I mean, it doesn't seem like it fits at all. The other question I have is I've heard rumors from people that some element of this is either going to be retained. I'm curious if Sierra Pacific has ever retained ownership of any of these things and turned them into like sublet rental units or something, or if these are all going to be slated to be sold or could be required to be sold, or if they're going to be, that they were gonna build and then rent out the ADUs or some portion of it. So I just would like some clarification. I'm not sure what you could require or demand, but just to know if that's the game, is you sell the front part and rent the back part kind of a thing, if there's going to be split ownership or split management of these things. So thank you very much.
Okay, that is all of the citizen speakers. Do we, Ms. Capilla, is our applicant here? I did not have a card from the applicant on this. Just in case, I wanted to give the applicant a chance to speak or find out if he's available for questions, if the commission has questions.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, esteemed commissioners, and distinguished staff. My name is Brian Bergeron. I'm with Foremost Pacific Group. We are the applicant on this property. First of all, I want to give the opportunity to thank staff to speak on behalf of this project. I also want to thank the staff's efforts to actually present this to you guys today on the agenda. We've been working with staff over the last several months to ensure that the vision that the city of Corona has is implemented through our project here. We also reached out to the surrounding neighbors. We did do an extended reach on the radius and received many responses back, and many of them were in favor of getting this infill piece, this corner piece, complete, as it's been an eyesore and in their minds with either vagrants or weeds or trash that's been sitting there for many years. We look forward to building this relationship with the city of Corona and also with our surrounding neighbors. We have the utmost confidence that this project will be a success and will provide additional housing needs in this much needed area. We are proud to be a part of this project and looking forward to executing the vision that the city has. Again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the continued relationship that we have with the city of Corona, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you getting up there in front of everybody. I'm sure you're probably not the most favorite person in this room at the moment, but that may change as the night goes on. There's a lot more on the agenda. So one question I have for you was actually just brought up by our last speaker, as far as, will the ADUs be rented out? Will they be retained ownership by your company? Will each ADU be sold to the owner of the house associated with it? What are your plans for that?
Sure, no problem. So we have a home building division, which is Woodbridge Pacific Group, that also does for sale. So, and then we also have a for rental group, which is Foremost Pacific Group. For this site in particular, we do not have a business plan going forward yet on this. So it could be for sale or it could be for rent. If it's for rent, every unit would be rented and then professionally managed by a management company. But we don't know which way our partner is going to want to go down that path yet, as far as for sale or for rent.
And now, so you mentioned your partner. So that's your financing
Financial partner, correct.
And so they have some degree of control as to what happens?
That's correct.
Okay.
What happens to the people that buy the homes on that lot? It would be an apartment.
So let's continue with questions for the applicant from other commissioners.
This might be a question for the city and the applicant. I'll tell you, I think it was Mr. Coletti, I think, that had the issue or question about the walls not being one wall and having a gap. Maybe starting with the city, is that required, or is there an opportunity for the adjacent neighbors to work directly with the developer to not have what has been identified as a risk? So I'm not sure who wants to go first.
Thank you. I'll take the question first. This issue was brought to my attention as I was communicating with with the residents, and I did have a conversation with the applicant, Brian here, and it was provided in as part of the condition of approval number 15, in that the new wall that the applicant is to be constructed should not leave a gap in between the two walls if the adjacent neighbor decide to leave the fence or the existing wall in place. However, there is that difficulty of placing the new wall's footing, that there may be 2 or 3 inches difference, but the condition of approval is written in a way that the new wall needs to be built in a manner that should avoid any gap in between the two walls.
Okay.
I have a follow-up question on that. So what does that look like? What does that look like for you, the builder, to reach out to the residents, have a discussion? There's so much variation between the chain link fence, the wood, and the cinder block. Is that a one-on-one with them? You're going to mail out to each of the 7 existing homes that are adjacent to your project? What if they want theirs torn down? You bring in your subcontractors to do it, build your wall, or does your wall go for? Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure, yeah, no problem. So what we'll do on those, the perimeter lots that have already established a wall there, we'll reach out to them, let them know that we're going to be building our facilities. Our facilities, we're going to try to get it as close as possible to their existing wall to minimize the gap, like Eva said. The homeowner will then have the opportunity to remove their portion of their fence or wall to tie into ours, therefore eliminating any type of liability that we may occur by encroaching on someone else's property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So can we ask a question on that? That's my main concern. Mr. Bergeron?
Let us continue with the hearing here, please. Commissioners, and other questions here for the applicant?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump in. I guess what we're hearing from the residents is if you can collect some of the names of those that are joining and maybe collaborate with them on the wall transition and work with them by the time you're out there in the field. We've had this arise over the years in the city of Corona, worked with many home builders, and they have been more than willing to, assist the residents with older walls coming down while they put their new walls up. So is that something that you can provide your contact information so that coordination can go simultaneously?
Yes, so what I'll do is we'll mail out notification to all the perimeter residents, and we will let them know that we are constructing the wall, and then they have the opportunity to coordinate with us as far as the improvements.
Okay, so we're going to continue here with, it seems like we don't have any more questions for Mr. Bergeron. Okay,
I do.
please
Yes.
ask your questions.
So when it talks about the floor plans and your plan A, 1A, 1C, 2B, et cetera, and it lists out on the site plan and the elevations, I think it was, and it lists the livable space, the garage, and then the ADU garage. Some of them had garage ADU square footage, and then it added to the total. When you sell, or if you do sell or advertise for rental, is it only the livable space, or does the ADU garage combine? How does that work as far as stating what the features of the home would be? What square footage do you go by?
I think I understand your question. On the primary unit, if it was for sale, it'd be the primary unit, so 1,500 square foot, and then they would also have the granny suite in the back or ADU in the back. They would have the additional 1,200 square foot.
So it's inclusive with the property?
That's correct.
Livable space. Okay, thank you. I had another question here. Just hang on a second. What are your thoughts about the wood mulch for the landscaping?
The wood mulch is a filler, so they will have additional shrubs and ground cover, and then they will have wood mulch that encompasses those areas as well. So it won't just be, as you drive through the desert, where it just be wood mulch. It would have other plant features within that area in the front yard.
How do we get rid of the wood mulch? How do we do DG or something that is, I mean, I've seen it. I mean, my son moved into a house and they were all wood mulch, and in about 3 months it looked like not so nice.
Yeah, that's just, unfortunately, that's, the mulch actually helps retain water. So holds the moisture and then seeps it back into the plant. So it's just a conservation type effort. That's why they have wood mulch in the planter beds.
What other materials are there that retain moisture other than wood mulch?
soil. Yeah, I don't know.
Any thought to put, just like the backyards where you have turf, artificial turf to come up front? All I'm saying is here you're building these new homes. It's the architecture, the driveway, all of that, and the mulch just takes away from that after 3 to 6 months being sun bleached.
Yeah, and all the front yards were designed under the city guidelines as far as landscape plant pellet, so.
We'll have to work on that. My other question for you is the palms. What are your thoughts on the palm trees?
So the palms under the original tentative track map, they showed them to be relocated or removed. And speaking with, I believe Moses in Park and Recs, he asked me to coordinate with him as far as potentially relocating them. The problem is with those type of palms and the height of them, they're anywhere between 40 to 50 feet tall. Trying to transpose those may be pretty impossible to do. Also, the reason why these palm trees are actually being removed is because it's not because of our development, it's because of the.
I saw the report where it doesn't line up with the driveways.
Correct, it's because of the street improvements on Taylor.
But there still is a parkway in the design between the driveways where the palms could fit, no?
Well, there is the parkway there, but there's also driveways. So out of our houses up front, Taylor, I believe there's 5 driveways that impact 5 palm trees. The issue is with the utilities that are running to each lot, the way that the city of Corona has their utility laid out, it's so many feet apart from each other, and it's going to be a lot of utilities running through that area. So to try to relocate those palm trees in between these spots is going to be pretty difficult to do.
My other question was in the landscape exhibit, it showed placement of the community mailboxes. Mail theft is a problem here. So you've got one of them on the interior, where Lorraine and Suzanne come around, and I think that's okay. But the one that is facing lot, 15 on the corner there, and then it's between that and the next house, which is facing the street, Taylor. So there's no one to keep an eye on it, basically. And I think it's just asking for trouble and being too vulnerable. I'm wondering if there could be a way as Suzanne goes up to Lorraine, or as it makes that curve, there seems to be some curb on that. There's some curb. I know it's not convenient for those who are on the exterior of Citron and Taylor, but if they have their community box broken into a few times, they're going to wish it was on Suzanne right there at lot 3 on the exterior. That's my question for consideration.
Sure, no problem. So on that, we show a potential location, but USPS has the final say-so of where they want the boxes. They could want them all ganged on Suzanne, or they could want them ganged on Citron or Taylor, but they'll have the final determination
I
on
see.
where.
That isn't set in stone. Got it. Well, perhaps a recommendation for vulnerability could be made. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bergeron. We are going to continue our discussion here, and hopefully we will not want to ask you back up to ask more questions, but it has happened before, but we appreciate your time. Thank
Totally
you.
available. Thank you.
So yes, and then I would encourage you to make yourself available to speak to residents and hand out your information to them. I'm sure they'll probably want to further the communication. At this point, then, we will close the public hearing. Did we receive any written comments that are part of the public hearing?
Just the one that you have on the dais there with you.
Yes, okay. And then at that point, we will close the public hearing and we will have a conversation up here among the commission. And I'll start then. I think definitely it's great to get a development here and not have the empty lot that's been there and has really been an eyesore. From reviewing this plan, I think there are some deficiencies, some changes, some improvements that could be made, I guess. And so I think that's something I want to bring up. I think one of my main concerns is the abundance of the two-story designs, because there are very few two-story homes in that neighborhood, so they kind of stands out in a way. And I don't know if they could be spread out more and reduced in number. That would be my preference to make it a better match for the neighborhood. The different styles of the exteriors, also most of those seem like a poor match for the neighborhood. So I would be in favor of trying to find a way to make the new homes blend in a little more. My thoughts about the mailbox issue were that all the other homes in the neighborhood each have their own mailbox, and I understand the security issue, but that's one small detail that if there's a way to keep that consistency with the neighborhood, that's my thought. Residents talked about traffic, and I don't think there's really much we can do as far as this project. I think the positive thing with this is that each of the ADUs has its own dedicated parking garage. But yes, I think we're all aware that each home brings multiple cars. Gone are the days where you have a single-family home with just one or two cars, and so we revised the commission and then made recommendations to the city council for increasing the required parking on new developments, and this one does adhere to that guideline, but it certainly may not prevent any street parking. I think also, those are my main concerns, and I'd like to hear what other commissioners have to say.
I don't want to derail us, but I probably still have 2 questions for staff. You guys might know the answer, though. When an ADU is built, is there any parking ratio or requirements that go with that ADU? So when the project was originally approved, it was approved with the contemplation of 19 units with an ADU at every unit. Are those factored in? Or when they bring the ADU, are there then additional traffic analysis that has to happen? Or is it just assumed no cars for the ADUs?
State law prevents city from requiring traffic analysis for ADUs. They are accessory dwelling unit, whether it be attached or detached, providing the dedicated parking space for the ADU. In this case, for this project, is a choice that the applicant has provided. Our code does allow the applicant or any property owner to build an ADU and indicate the parking for the ADU unit to be along the driveway. So in a sense, they are not required to provide an enclosed garage.
But they are, so that's a positive.
Case,
I
yes.
appreciate the education. I think it's good for everyone to hear kind of the limits that we have and kind of the runway that an ADU has. The other question that I have, in any of the renderings that are illustrating the site plan, it doesn't show the setback of adjacent parcels. So they kind of talked about, the neighbors talked about these being closer to the street, that making it not look as cohesive to the neighborhood as we would like it to. Can you tell me what the setbacks of the house adjacent to lot, and I don't know that you'll know this, but maybe you will, lot 10 If lot 10 is 25 feet, is the house next to it that's not part of this development 40?
Okay, so for instance, Lot 10 is a little unusual. This is the first lot along Taylor Street, and to the north of Lot 10, along the project site, there is a 20-foot easement dedication for drainage. So the building that will be built on Lot 10 essentially is not exactly a fair gauge for the proposed setback or distance from the existing home along Tyler Avenue to the proposed project.
So maybe we would use the same question for 19. That's clearly abutting another home. Question mark.
Correct. So the adjacent property to the west of lot 19 on Citron Street. I do not know what is the existing setback of that home to the shared property line. However, the ADU, for instance, is proposed to be 5 feet away from the shared property line, and the ADU's garage is 24 feet and 3 inches.
I'm more thinking the front setback.
The front setback.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
I apologize. So the proposed setback along the front, the home is proposed to be 26 feet and 8 inches away from the street property line.
Am I making sense? Does it look like these houses are much closer to the street than the neighboring houses, which is what was implied? And because I don't have it laid into the area, it's not clear to me that that's the actual case. When I looked at an aerial, they all looked the same.
They are under the same zoning classification, so the setback requirement is the same. So they could probably be 25 feet and they could be staggered a little bit. So this development is implementing the same setback. They're anywhere from 25 staggered 1 to 2 feet across its frontage.
So that they're in the same zone, but if they were built in the 50s, are they built that way today?
The development standards in the R1 8.4 zone did not change that much. When we go back to our historical codes, it's amazing how the setbacks have remained the same.
I think that's all my questions. I think what I appreciated, as much as I didn't like it, was that there are ADUs illustrated. So I think the developer, although none of us were excited about it, he at least disclosed at a level of honesty. He could have come back in later and just done them, if I'm understanding. He didn't have to put them on the site plan. They could have just been built later.
Well, actually, I think the outreach letter to the first page and the second page had a black and white of a site plan. And it could have just, it wasn't identified. There was no annotation on it. So it could have just been a concrete pad, back patio or whatnot. So when that went out, that was what I was wondering, is when the applicant's email and then planning's phone number was there, if there was any reaction at that point. And of course, when 2021, when we walked it, there was no ADU. So it's a little hard coming back to the neighborhood asking, for input, and then knowing now the ADU is there. The fact of the matter is we don't have any control of the ADU. We're not allowed to, there's all kinds of aspects where we have no control over, either the parking or the setback or whatnot. So it's not a matter of staff's discretion. This is what's in our municipal code. It came before the Planning Commission, and we had plenty to say about it, and we weren't happy about it, but it is what it is. Regarding the blending in with the neighborhood, I don't know that any developer coming in would have a really good time to blend with something that's 50 years old. I'm just being honest about it. I think that I think as far as the community boxes, as far as matching the uniform single mailboxes for the existing neighborhoods, that's something that's dictated by USPS. They're looking at efficiency, delivery, and one-stop shop versus individual stops, saving on energy and all that stuff. So there's a lot that's highly recommended by them. So I believe maybe that is the reason for the community Dropbox. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone who came down. This is your neighborhood. You've lived there. This is going to be something new. I understand the traffic concerns. I encourage you to use SafeClickFix for conditions in your road, the app, the phone app. And then for traffic, I wanted to share Corona PD's traffic number 736-2330, option 5. As far as the traffic calming options that might be available to your neighborhood, traffic engineering works really close, and they report often to us as a commission, and they're open to all kinds of ideas. So I would encourage that kind of an outreach, and perhaps the city could initiate that regarding to the complaints about traffic and possible hazards as they open up this neighborhood, which used to be 2 dead ends, and now they're going to have this these neighbors and this neighborhood. Regarding I did have a question actually. Ms. Choi, if you could talk about, because when I see lot 9 and 10 and the ADU butting up against that buffer, that easement for, excuse me, the storm drain easement, is there anything on, I couldn't see any notations on there regarding the gate. It looks like it is open on Taylor end and also on the Lorraine end. So the 2 gates, is that correct?
That's correct. There is a symbol showing the gate swinging in from Lorraine Drive, and there is another gate that's accessed from Taylor Avenue.
So right now in the neighborhood, they have the dead end on Lorraine, and then they have the homes that are facing Taylor north of this project site. So here we're creating this easement with gates, and I wanted to know if you could describe, my concern is the security. And is it creating a void between, much like the walls create a void if they're spacing in between the existing and the proposed on the project? So this easement, I think it said 25 feet or 20-foot easement, is that correct?
It's a 20-foot easement. There is notation that indicate 25 feet, and that is including the 5-foot setback from the ADU.
I see.
I apologize about the confusion and the overlap on the
Okay,
plans.
so my concern on that would be creating a space of isolation, creating a space that could bring in unwanted traffic if the gates were not something of a stronger nature and it screams, you're not getting in here type thing. Especially at night, there wouldn't be any lighting back there per se. It's just an easement, correct?
I'm uncertain about the lighting requirements. It may come from our development services division based on how we want them to improve the easement area.
I just want to make a note that I brought it up about safety and for the new homeowners on 9 and 10 and also the existing homes facing Taylor and Lorraine. Sorry about that. I forgot to ask when the applicant was up here.
We can also have them increase the height of that gate to 7 feet as opposed to 6 feet too.
Thank you. So continuing my comments, I do believe up on Taylor there are homes that are improved just north of the existing with 2 stories. So there is some elements of 2-story. I know that right across the street from 14, 13, and 12, those are single homes, single-story homes. But I do appreciate the effort by the builder to have a combination of 1 and 2 stories. You're not going to get an exact match, so I guess that's where I stand on that.
So I guess I have a few more comments. As I mentioned, I think the plan isn't perfect, and there are changes I would like to see, which I kind of went into. I do think the density of the plan, which we looked at before with the subdivision of the parcel, You have the 5 houses on Citron, which line up with 5 houses across the street, and the same thing with the houses on Taylor. So I think more or less, that's right. Obviously, there's the Cindy Court across Taylor as well. The easement was something I guess I didn't pay enough attention until it was brought up, because one of the things that I'm not thrilled about is looking at house number 1, because they're going to have a pretty good view of that. I know there's some landscaping that may or may not help, but I also just kind of quick looking at it, if I feel like maybe the floor plan could be, the whole lot could be flipped backwards, and then put that house a little bit farther to the south and not looking at the easement so much. That's one thought I had about that. I know house number 10. That's I believe Ms. Perry who spoke. She lives just north of that on Taylor, if I remember correctly. And fortunately, it looked like she has a nice tall bush that will provide her some privacy between her home and the easement. But I don't know. I guess where we're at here as a commission is if we're going to try to, insist on some changes and what those changes would be. I guess I also have a question that might be more directed for Ms. Coletta, because we spoke with the applicant about the idea of, owning and renting, and whether, and I personally don't think dropping 38 renters into this neighborhood would be good for the neighborhood. Is that something that we can condition at all, whether it can be, whether the lots have to be sold to somebody other than the builder?
No, we don't have any restrictions. We don't get involved in that. It's private property, so as long as it meets the development standards of the code, properties can be rented. We allow long-term rentals, as you know, with lease agreements, but no, we cannot condition any single-family home to be only owner-occupied.
Yeah, I'm not interested in getting down that path, interfering with that. We have before us the architectural, we have the site plan. I actually think the resident north is lucky that there is an easement, there is a buffer between the new home facing Taylor and the ADU that would be close. So I see a positive there. I think what we do is we think about what we've talked about, adding any conditions of approval that we feel strongly about. We've made recommendations to staff and the applicant, and I think we go from there.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think architecturally, it leaves a lot to be desired for me as far as fitting in, blending in with the neighborhood. Both all of the 2-story homes being on Taylor and Citron. Having the 4 in a row on Citron and then another 4 on Taylor. So there, that whole corner is going to be covered up by 2-story homes, which when all the other homes, with the exception of one along Taylor, are going to be one-story homes in the neighborhood. So that's my concern there, and I don't know if other commissioners feel strongly enough about it to make a condition. Also, as I said, and the style of the exteriors, and I understand your point about it would be maybe difficult, but that neighborhood does have a specific look and character to it. I think people are drawn to it because of the look of those homes as well. So I don't know if there's a way to get a little bit closer to the current look.
Well, I think when a project comes before us, I like the idea of mixing up the single story and the 2 stories. I think it makes for a different look. But I think the priority over that look in this particular instant is the 1 stories abutting against the existing homes. I think that is the plus to consider the neighborhood that's existing. I'm not, so if this is the way that they want to move forward, I'm okay with it as is.
And then I guess I'd go back to staff or my other commissioners who may have understood the nuance of it better than I did, but the palm trees along Taylor, because, yeah, I was pretty unhappy about the idea of those being removed, but I understand the driveways being in the way. So and if I heard the applicant right, was only 5 of them going to be removed and the other 5 would remain?
No, all 13 are going.
And they'd be required to provide 26 as a replacement, but not necessarily here.
Correct.
I didn't hear it that way. I heard that the 26 will be here. And the ones that, because they're going to, for every one they take out, they're replacing 2 here. And then they'll be relocating the palm trees.
Well, they'll look into
Maybe that's
it.
clarification we need to get.
So we did reach out to community services. They are ultimately, at the end of the day, they're our urban forestry group, and they are responsible for our parkway maintenance in the city in terms of what trees go on the parkway. This is a discussion that the developer has had with that group in terms of replacing the trees, but there is not a requirement that the palm trees themselves need to be relocated elsewhere per the city. So if they can, that is great. But when I spoke with them this afternoon, they had indicated that there was not a requirement by them that they would be putting these trees elsewhere.
My fear on if they are moved somewhere else, they will not survive. You're taking a 40-year-old tree or however old this tree is and saying, hope you survive in your new environment. I think the chances of their survival and the maintenance that it becomes the city's problem to keep them alive sounds bad, more trouble than it's worth.
And I mean, the discussion for our city department is also going on at City Park. You know, there's numerous trees that have to be removed to make room for future plans, whether it's structure or otherwise. And so they're faced with the same thing because there was discussion there. So it is a tough one. I agree with you there.
I mean, because I mean, I understand that some of them would have to be removed because of the driveways, and I agree that their survival would be pretty up in question. I'm just wondering again if would we be able to ask that if there are, I mean, because they would be required to at least provide 13 new trees, right? Could
26, 2-to-1 ratio.
Right. I mean, assuming that 13 aren't, able to be salvaged. But, I mean, I would like to see at least, some of the trees, the new ones planted along Taylor and along Citron to continue what is there on those streets. That's one way I can think of to make the best of that situation.
Are you talking about the landscape plan? There were trees that were going to be planted.
Yeah, I saw that there were trees, but I don't think they were the palm.
Correct.
They were necessarily palm trees, and that's obviously a signature look of both of those streets. Actually, they continue down Citron some way, and probably Taylor as well, I think.
So with that thought, Ms. Coletta, if you could have a conversation during the rest of the process to have the applicant consider changing those trees out so it would reflect more of the current palm aesthetics, maybe that conversation can take place.
So are we at the point where we want to make a motion? Do we have conditions that we want to attach to this? I guess I wasn't clear. Is that something we can condition to regarding the palm trees?
So what I'm hearing is that you want the developer to continue to have discussion with the city, and we will definitely do that to see if some of the palm trees can be used within the public right-of-way on either of these two streets. Okay, we can put that condition in there, and they can continue to have that dialogue.
I don't have anything else I would condition the project with.
Neither do I.
I would, if we can, on planning condition number 15, I think it would be good if we can just emphasize that the developer shall collaborate with the adjacent residents on wall removals where project walls are proposed.
Correct.
Okay.
Per our discussion, yes.
And then would you like to see the gate along the easement increase to 7
7
feet?
feet,
Absolutely.
please.
We'll add that too.
Thank you for keeping us on track.
All right, well, with that in mind, I'll go ahead and make a motion with those conditions just discussed.
I will second.
All right, we have a motion, and it's been seconded. Let's please vote. All right, the motion passes. We have another item coming up. This is a continued public hearing from December 11th for TTM 37895. This is a tentative tract map application to subdivide 61.6 acres into 103 single-family residential lots in the R112 zone. This is located on the east and west sides of Laurel Canyon Way, south of Sherborne Avenue and north of Shadow Valley Drive. And the applicant here is Emed Bolis for Mari Girgis LLC. And who do we have presenting this tonight? All right. We'll turn it over to Ms. Yang.
Thank you. Excuse me. As you indicated, the project tonight is a 103-lot residential subdivision. The project site is located on Old Temescal Street, just east of Interstate 15 and south of Sherborne Avenue. And this project was originally heard at the December 11th, 2023 Planning and Housing Commission meeting. And during that meeting, we heard several concerns that were raised by the commission as well as the public. And so the project was continued to tonight. And so I did want to give you a heads up about tonight's presentation. It is going to be a two-part presentation. So staff will be presenting the first part, which is really more of a reintroduction of the project since it's been over a month since we've seen this project. And then the applicant will like an opportunity to present the second part. And that presentation will focus mainly on the responses to the concerns that were raised at the last hearing. What's going on here? So to begin with, I did want to provide some background. So this project was originally entitled for a 103-lot subdivision. This was back in 2014, but since then, the project has expired. After the project did expire, the applicant that is processing the application tonight, he acquired the property from the original owners, and he submitted an application to subdivide the property into 103 lots, basically to re-entitle the project, and that application came to us in 2022. In May 12, 2022, a community informational meeting was held at the historic community room here at on 6th Street. And then as indicated earlier, on December 11th, 2023, this project was presented before you, and the project was continued. I'd like to give you a description of what's being proposed. The project site is just over 61 acres, and the 103 lots range in size from approximately 12,000 square feet to a little over 33,000 square feet. The subdivision is occurring under the existing zoning of R112, and that zoning requires a minimum lot size of 12,000 square feet, and so these lots do comply with that requirement. The project has a density of 1.67 dwelling units per acre, and that does comply with the site's general plan designation of estate residential and low-density residential. So this project is being proposed as a gated community with all private streets within the project, and access into the development is proposed at Old Temescal, and that'll be the main entrance. And then there is a second entrance that's being proposed off-site, and that is at Shadow Valley Drive within the county's jurisdiction that is located just south of the project site. So this project does include 2 modifications from the original project design. The first revision to this project is that under the original project, there was an active recreational facility that was proposed within a large open area just west of the project site. That is being changed to just landscaping. And in the applicant's presentation later on, she will address more about this. The other change to this project from the original project is that under the original project, the secondary access was proposed at the south boundary of the project. Under this new revised project, that secondary access is being proposed at the south terminus of Shadow Valley Drive, which is located off-site within the county's jurisdiction. This secondary access is required by the Corona Fire Department. It will be a private street and constructed per county standard because it is in the county's jurisdiction. And it will be maintained by the project's future HOA. With respect to the project's environmental analysis, the city did prepare an addendum to the originally adopted mitigating negative declaration. All prior mitigation measures from the original environmental document will carry over to this current project. The one thing that I did want to note is that the addendum did it does include an updated traffic analysis, which is prepared. And the purpose of that updated traffic analysis was to cumulatively analyze this project as well as the applicant's project that's currently in the county of Riverside. And I did want to note that we did receive 2 correspondences from the public over the weekend. And copies of those correspondences were passed out to you earlier this evening. And just for the record, one of them came from Mr. Dwight Peterson. He is with the Beller Homeowners Association. And his concern has to do with allowing the Beller residents to access through their project for safety issues in the event of an emergency. And he also requested that the no parking restriction on Old Temescal Street be removed, so that the residents in the Beller community would be able to park in front of their property on Old Temescal Street. The other correspondence that staff received was from the residents at 7154 Bel Air Street, and they had concerns regarding their existing wrought iron fence that they state was damaged during the initial construction and grading of their project site. And with that, the Planning and Housing, staff is recommending that the Planning and Housing Commission recommend adoption of the addendum to the adopted mitigating negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan and approval of tentative track map 37895 to the City Council based on the findings contained in the staff report and the conditions of approval. And then we have a second presentation, or second part, and it's being presented by the applicant's environmental consultant, Julie Beeman.
Commissioners, thank you for being here this evening. We're going to go through a presentation that hopefully will answer a lot of the questions. I think you all received a copy of our letter as well to you. That was in the staff report also, so the public can review it as well. Let's go to the, do we have a clicker? Do I have a clicker? All right. Okay. So Sandra covered this. The project was approved in 2014. Grading commenced in 2016. I think it's important to note that the developer posted over $2 million in bonds in order to initiate the project and has continued to keep those bonds in good standing for the past 7 years since the project has ceased. So very much showing the commitment to the city and remaining committed to this project. We do have a situation where we do have empty lots that have been graded. Approximately 800,000 cubic yards of dirt was moved. As we all know, that included a lot of blasting, which created some consternation in the neighborhood. That is no longer required. Blasting is complete. The 103 lots were graded, and all of the sewer and stormwater infrastructure has been installed, and the streets have been graded. There we go. The project is consistent with city zoning and housing laws, as Sandra indicated. I won't go over that again. The project was previously approved and constructed. And this is not, it's important to note that the Planning Commission approved the project, the City Council approved the project. This isn't a situation of development versus no development. This is a project that's 2/3 of the way completed and needs to be finished up. And the project was closely inspected all the way through construction by the city. I actually went down and read the city's files a couple weeks ago. Daily inspection logs are in your files. So it was really regulated very heavily by the city of Corona, which I think is standard procedure for the city. The fire marshal, the city inspector, public works staff, all were involved all the way through the project. Unfortunately, the map expired before the development could occur in terms of the vertical housing. And that happened, I think we all know, because there was an issue with the offsite sewer line being installed. There was some encroachment into the Riverside County waste management line that occurred. That agency contacted the city. A stop work issue was ordered while they were sorting through what the situation was. And unfortunately, the property owner realized a day late that he was supposed to put a map extension in, and the city staff, the city would not accept it. And so that initiated a multiple year situation here where we are trying to get the map re-apped so we can get the houses built. In terms of future construction, there's minor grading that will be necessary just to clean up the pads and street sections, and then they'll go vertical. Again, I'll tell you, no blasting will be required, so there doesn't need to be any concern about that. We are into small construction equipment at this point, and finished carpenters, plumbers, construction personnel, those types of folks will be on the site. And once construction is reinitiated, we do expect the homes to be constructed and sold in about 24 months. There was a question on Shadow Valley Drive and the State Street gate location that came up last time, and also there were a couple other questions that we've put into this slide. Shadow Valley Way, as Sandra indicated, will be a private road maintained by Monte Olivo with the gate at State Street. The city has already required, and a restricted covenant has been recorded for that street section, so it is now in perpetuity going to be that, that street. And that's for the developer and any future builder. There was a question about why can't you move the gate back to the city property line? The issue there in our estimation is that you would leave about 1,000 feet of roadway in a dark condition. That would seem to be a safety concern and issue if it were to occur. And then there was also a question about, hey, is the road to, what standards is the road going to be built to? County standards are really identical to city standards, except that county requires 4 foot wider street section. And then Shadow Valley Way will be gated, and I've already hit on the fact that it'll be there in perpetuity. And it's whether the county project ever happens or not, that street would be there in perpetuity. So that's an important point. Coordination with residents on repairs. You know, during the construction, there was quite a bit of work with residents in terms of, hey, I have this issue, I have that issue, please fix it. You know, your construction created a problem. Whenever that occurred, typically the city staff would contact the developer would then get out there and make the fix. There was a lot of open communication. All of the residents in the area were communicated with on the blasting schedule as well. And so I've seen a lot of emails where everyone was copied. So folks knew how to get a hold of the city staff if there was an issue. And I think staff can attest to this as well. In terms of some of the kind of new things that came up at the last meeting, and then just recently with the fence that came up with one of the property owners, our applicant has had no additional correspondence or demands in the past 7 years about any other repairs. And so, you know, it creates a real issue because we're not sure why folks would wait 7 years. So I think at this point, this is really a civil matter, not a municipal issue. I wanted to point that out to everybody from that standpoint. Previous blasting, again, that seemed to be the big issue for the neighborhood was the blasting and some hangover from that 7 years later. Grading and blasting was completed by a national blasting firm, Arizona Blasting. The Corona Fire Marshal oversaw it. And required that it be done pursuant to the City of Corona standards. All homeowners within 800 feet were given pre-blast surveys, so they were given the opportunity for the company to come in and photo document their home and make sure, you know, they had sufficient documentation in case of any issues after blasting. That's kind of standard operating procedure for these major blasting companies as well, for their own safety and liability. Arizona Blasting was coordinating with neighbors regarding complaints. I saw a lot in the file on that. And part of that was bringing in vibration experts. You know, there were some folks who made some potential claims. And it was explained that, you know, the Office of Surface Mining regulates blasts at 2 inches per second, while the City of Corona is lower than that at 0.5 inches per second. But really it takes, you know, getting up to about 10 inches per second to really create a problem in terms of cracking of concrete and that kind of thing. In terms of the Bel Air HOA, the developer worked closely with the Bel Air HOA. There is an agreement, a memorandum of agreement that you all have a copy of from the documentation that we provided and Dwight Peterson from the HOA provided as well. And this all goes back to when this originally, the project was originally graded. The city wanted the developer to put the Bel Air folks on the sewer, because they were on a system that had above ground sewage treatment ponds. So there was raw sewage, you know, on behind these folks' homes. The Bel Air folks worked with the developer and vice versa and came up with a concept of having the developer decommission the sewage treatment ponds, check and photo document the sewer lines that the Bel Air homeowners had to make sure they could be attached to the new sewer, actually attached everyone to the new sewer, and paid for all that hookup, paid for all of these repairs and getting rid of the sewage treatment pond. And that was in support for letting the HOA use one of the ponds for their stormwater, and which they will, the Montelevo HOA will maintain that in perpetuity. So we have a recorded easement over that pond that allows that to happen forever. Also the developer at its own expense cleaned the Bel Air private sewer lines twice. They were really trying to be a good neighbor to the Bel Air folks. Condition of approval number 56 says that final to map recordation, the developer has to bring construct all of the replacement or rehabilitate the deficient sewer lines. Essentially what this means is everyone will be officially put onto the sewer with a per home fee to be paid by the builder of $4,644. So they will pay the capital improvement cost as well as each homeowner's sewer hookup fee. And that was part of the MOA. And quite frankly, until the private Bel Air sewer laterals are constructed by the developer, the Bel Air homeowners are still legally responsible for any sewage spills from their private system. So it is important, I would think, to them as well to have this project continue to move so that they aren't taking on any extra liability. This is the point about we inspected the system via video. The existing private sewer treatment was cost about $175,000. That was paid by the developer. Couple additional things that still have to be done pursuant to the MOA. One, there's a chain link fence and gates around the Bel Air open space that have to be repaired once final landscape is completed. And an SCE permit has been processed for the developer for their landscaping electricity box. So that we did get that permit. Now there needs to be some design and engineering and construction, and that will be done by the ultimate builder of the project. One of the questions you all had, I think maybe it was Commissioner Alexander, about the park and not creating a situation where there could be homeless or other folks who would want to have some urban camping opportunities. So we have redesigned the park to have a significant amount of spiky plants all around the edges to it. So Puncha littoralis, Coast prickly pear, the century plants, the agaves you see, and then also added in towards the center, knowing there's a barrier to really get in there, plants that you couldn't camp on, but that would attract butterflies, bees, that kind of thing, a native drought-tolerant garden type of thing. In terms of road improvements, it's expected that Monte Olivo will install this State Street Ontario signal. And the reason I say it's expected, they have to pay 100% of that cost, but we believe that the developer will go before the city would go. Right now, it's on track for the city someday to put it in, but that someday isn't defined, and so we think this development will put it in, and that signal has to be put in before the first housing unit can get a certificate of occupancy. So no new neighbors will be on that street without that signal being completed. And that will take that signal, which is operating at a very deficient level today, to an A-rated signal for all the neighbors in that area off of State Street. The county, one of the questions you all brought up last time, and staff has given us some of these answers, and we consolidated into this slide because we knew it would be a long night. County was asked if they had any plans to improve the remainder of State Street. There was a question on that from the dais, and the answer from the county is no, they do not. There was also a question about, hey, you all assume 60% distribution of traffic from the Monte Olivo project in the peak traffic hours would go down State Street. What if it was 80%? What would that do? Would that create a situation where you had to have additional mitigations? And the answer is no. We did rerun those numbers with our traffic consultant, and the city did review those as well. So really no difference there. And then also there was a question about collisions on the streets in the area. And so the city did get the collision reports for the past 10 years. For Old Temescal from Laurel Canyon Way to Bel Air, that's showing 6 collisions over the last 10 years, 4 with injuries. None of the streets had any fatalities. There were 0 collisions on State Street and Ontario Avenue, that intersection. And then there were 4 collisions reported over the past 10 years with 3 injuries on State Street between Ontario and Bel Air. And then the city did also talk to the Riverside County Transportation Department about Temescal Canyon improvements in the El Cerrito area, and those are expected to initiate in 2026, according to the county. I skipped one. There was a question, can improvements be made to Old Temescal Street to make it safer? And so the city had staff explain that street was annexed in 1992. The right-of-way is not available to widen that street. You'd have to take people's front lawn, yards. We do have a condition of approval, number 14, that requires restriping. So we're going to have to provide 10 and 12-foot travel lanes and eliminate on-street parking between the I-15 overpass area and continuing about 500 feet east of Bel Air Street. That is a condition by city staff. So if there's any question on that, I'm sure Rosie can comment on that. And then if you would like us to, we're brainstorming about this, and if for even greater visibility, we can add reflectors to the center and edge of the striping. So we're conditioned to stripe, but if you'd like, we can put reflectors on it as well to maybe help the situation more at night. In terms of annexation, the developer is not interested in annexation. There's not a need for annexation to build, operate, or maintain Shadow Valley Drive. And as indicated previously, we've already dedicated that right-of-way to the city. And, even if we wanted annexation, typically LAFCO would want the remaining county island to come into that annexation. They usually don't want to create new islands on top of islands. And we have a feeling that typically homeowners who are not in an unincorporated county area often like to stay in those areas. But regardless, that is not something that we have on the table for this project. And then there was a question by some residents about, can Sherborne be used as a secondary access and replace State Street as a secondary access? And so I hope everyone can see this graphic, but essentially the purple line that is leaving the Monte Olivo project, which is outlined in red, goes down to the Sherborne area. And basically you have an at-grade crossing for the railroad down in this area. And the California Public Utilities Commission really limits how many at-grade crossings you can have. The landfill Robertson's Robertson's company is using all of that capacity for their site operations. So that's not an option to get down into that area. Then the second option is, okay, well, could you get down there and could you hang a left and could you get down down to Sherborne? And that's the green line that you see going across the landfill. The problem we have with that is that there is a landfill that has active vapor gas extraction systems that are happening and will happen in perpetuity, and we typically cannot put a road on a landfill. Even if we could get it across there, you'd hit the animal shelter at the bottom. It would require a major bridge over the Cajalco Lateral Natural Channel. And so for a myriad of reasons, it's just not a practicable alternative at all, not from a standpoint of logistics, feasibility, any of that. So it was looked at early on in the project, actually, and it was found to be infeasible. The Monte Olivo value to the community is significant. We have a development here that is an empty lot or eyesore, similar to what was discussed in the last hearing. We are going to provide 103 high-quality estate homes, large lots. We will further rehabilitate the Bel Air private sewer system, so it will become public. We will pay for each property owner to hook up to that sewer. We will add safety enhancements to Laurel Canyon. We will install the signal at State and Ontario, improving the level of service to an A rating. We are consistent with the city's general plan and zoning code, and we meet the city's housing element requirements. And for all of those reasons, we are requesting that you approve the map, reauthorize the map that had expired previously, so the development can continue to move forward and be completed. With that, I can answer any questions you may have now or come back up as you would like.
I think we should ask questions now, and for the sake of brevity. I have one question, I guess, that was on the top of my head. because you talked about the agreement with the HOA to connect to the sewer lines. However, and we do have a copy, as you mentioned. So that was between the HOA and Nova Homes, and I know that Nova Homes is no longer in existence, right?
The developer, Mari Gergis, had taken that over, and when that MOU was signed, that was part of their agreement. So it still stands as far as our legal counsel has indicated.
Is that something that we can get, I guess, provided to us? I mean, we've had 2 months, and
The MOU goes with the land, as I understand it. Do you want to comment on that?
It's Bill Brooks, civil engineer. Met you guys a few months ago. So just to clarify, because the MOU regarding the sewer and the connection, the offsite sewer has been built, and those homes, Bel Air HOA, have already been connected to the public sewer. And Mari Gergis, Mr. Iman Bolas, did pay the sewer connection fee. He paid it early. He had to pay it at the time of connection. So he knew that the fees were going up and that the private sewer facility was being decommissioned. So he prudently paid the fee, and that was also requested by the city because the city of Corona is now treating the Bel Air HOA 56 homes that are connected to the public sewer. So the Bel Air MOU is almost a moot point at this regarding the sewer.
I had a question, because in your presentation, you were talking as if it was yet to happen. So I thank you for that clarification, that it's a done deal. I have a question regarding I have a lot of questions, actually. There just seems to be such a disconnect from your presentation and from the status of the project and that of the residents out there. The main reason why I continued this, for my standpoint, was of all the complaints about unfinished promises, property and fences that needed to be repaired, damages from the blast. So when I hear you say there's been nothing for 7 years, it's a complete opposite of what I heard then with our last meeting and today going out there. And it wasn't like residents were coming out of their households to talk to me, but they were coming out. They wanted to share their stories. If the outreach was done properly, we wouldn't have had this exchange today for over an hour, multiple residents, and a laundry list of things that haven't been addressed. And so when that situation comes up, there's this distrust with the builder. I read your letter, and thank you for forwarding to me. I appreciate it, and all the supporting documents. Regarding the park, I appreciate the revision. It's not a park, it's an open space, as it should have been. If the park was meant for the residents up on the hill, it should have been in the community itself, not down below. So I appreciate what you did with that. When you talk about it's 2/3 done and it's just a renewal of the tentative track map, that's not really accurate. The tentative track map is dead from what I've read from a legal standpoint. You're reapplying for the project, right?
Correct.
So last time when we heard from the residents, and I don't know if this is true, and maybe you just alluded to the fact that there still is the folks who were involved originally.
Correct.
During the challenging times, if I can call it that, are still in players in today's build, correct?
That's correct.
So the reason why we continued it, in my mind, for my reasons, is because I wanted you to make the residents whole. I didn't want the complications of the past. 7 years of not hearing anything is just the opposite of what I heard today. I read your letter. I read where it said this is done, this is something from the previous, and it's done. It's not. If the same people are involved, it's not a done deal in my mind, okay? I heard some really interesting things today, and I need to speak to staff when you're done up here. I appreciate the traffic calculations. I heard about traffic accidents, so I appreciate the statistics. I'm interested in definitely proving it shouldn't be a can do it, but you will do it as far as improvements to any of the degree you can, including as you're coming up the hill and before you go back over towards the freeway, as you approach that, some directional signs regarding safety, cross traffic, slow, whatever it is that looks like that, besides the traffic calming, is important to the residents. For your statement under repairs during construction, blasting was a major issue. All claims were resolved by the blasting contractor. Did you not subcontract with the Arizona Blasting? Wasn't that your?
Yeah, but the way they work.
Okay, then I don't need any
okay.
dismissal from that point.
Okay.
That I don't believe that's true from what I heard today, that it's all been resolved. As to whether they came forward or not in the right time, I'm glad you explained what the survey process was, because that was one of my questions. So they weren't disagreeing that they didn't get notified about the blasts, but it wasn't clear as to what the pre-blast survey entailed. You didn't come out and take pictures of their home. They were to take pictures to document, to marry to the
Blasting
current
company.
condition versus what happened afterwards. I mean, if everything was resolved, we wouldn't have this issue. We wouldn't have these homeowners very upset at the process. And it's hard to come forward with consideration of this project with this thing left out there. And for you to sit there and present that everything's okay and rosy, I didn't hear that today. So I don't know what that disconnect is. Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
As far as the plea of how much money has been put into this, the investment, et cetera, I don't mean to sound cold, but that's on them, you know? The TTM, one day, I don't care if it was one day or a week or a month, the process wasn't followed. If the city can't be consistent with everyone, then what's there for regulations and ordinances? So I don't like the idea that you're putting it on them that, oh, come on, you didn't give us a second chance. I don't like that at all. So as far as I'm concerned, starting at square one means you have to resolve this issue out here. When you talk about the outreach to the residents, when you had that exhibit where you had the letter and you had all those addresses, didn't you have pages of addresses of outreach? For me, when you left the commission last time, that was your roadmap. That was your outreach right there. You already have the addresses. What would it take? But to come up with this pushback, I didn't appreciate it. I do think the city and the developer can work together to make it safer. I do understand that the intersection, the signal is going to be great to relieve that. I have a problem with, and I'll talk to Savat in just a minute. In your conditions of approval, you talk about, and I'm sorry, Chair, that I'm going on a tangent here. I apologize. Got a little bit of interaction with the residents got me reinforcing what I was already feeling. You have in here under conditions of approval, there was a notation in here, and I've lost my point, about the HOA would have to be in good standing, or it should be fully functioning in order to be a partner in this, and I'm trying to find where that is. Hang on just a second. And I understand about the right-of-way not being available. Thank you for that. Staff could help me. There was something in here regarding the HOA before anything would be approved. Hang on just a second.
Well, maybe we can ask.
Come back to
that
it?
when we get to that point.
Okay, when we get to that. The point being is that when I heard today from residents, there is no functioning HOA. There's one person on the board. So it's a
Oh, you're talking about Bel Air.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Talking about the HOA.
That's what we understand as well.
So that's a problem. Here it is here on Public Works, page 3 of the conditions of approval. Number 11, prior to map being recorded, the developer must ensure a homeowners association is established for the purpose of maintaining all the private streets in the common areas. So
That's for our project, Monte Olivo. That's completely different than the Bel Air that has gone down to one person.
I see what you're saying. That would be the new community.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And the Bel Air MOA, basically, the developer went forward and did the bulk of the really expensive stuff. And there's still things hanging for those Bel Air homeowners. The $4,600 sewer fee and that kind of thing is a significant benefit to them, because if the project doesn't go forward, I'm not sure what happens then. I don't know if they have to pay it themselves out of their own pockets, but we have a situation where the sewering has not been completed yet. They are hooked up to the sewer, but they aren't getting, but there's this fee that still has to be paid. So that is a real benefit to those 56 homeowners, that they don't have to take that out of their pocket. And that's part of what we agreed to with the Bel Air folks. And that commitment stands from our perspective. And we have an easement over the pond, so that goes on in perpetuity. So there's no getting around that. That is there now as our stormwater pond.
Can you talk about that pond regarding the process of getting ready for the sewer? I mean, this was the point of contention, right? This is where the stop work order was. Is that are we on the same page there?
Yeah, the development had to put the sewer in, and the sewer had to go all the way down to Sherborne.
Right.
And on the way, they encountered an issue where, as they were building it, where it pushed them into this public agency property. And that's where kind of everything said, okay, wait, what's happening? What are you doing? They ended up getting through that issue. They completed the sewer line, and everyone in the Bel Air community is now on sewer and the sewage treatment ponds that were there before, full of raw sewage, are now gone.
Can you discuss once you do a project like that and you're putting the sewer line in, what happens to those 7 acres that were part of the HOA? 2 acres are now were gifted or purchased or given to
they remain.
Project.
Those 7 acres remain with the HOA. And my understanding from speaking with Dwight is that some homeowners may be taking that over. I don't know. There's a lot of
uncertainty, and I got that today.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with our project per se. In terms of the 2 acres that we control, or whatever the acreage is, I'm not sure exact acreage, but if it's 2, you say 2, okay, 2. For our storm drain pond, that remains. That's an easement that allows us to have our storm drain pond there in perpetuity. And so that easement runs with the land. So no matter what happens to the underlying ownership, that easement runs on top of that.
I understand that, but from my perspective, when you come in and you do work, improvements or whatever you call it, in order for your sewer line, and you don't return the exterior to the condition for which you entered the property originally, that's part of this hanging, leftover, residual, not keeping up with your promises that is causing this angst among the homeowners over there on Bel Air. And as you go down Bel Air from the cul-de-sac and you make your way, the fence, 7 years, it's a long time for the same people not to pick up the ball and make good on their promises. So you can understand where the mistrust is.
Right, and we were working with the Bel Air, with Dwight Bel Air, and then at the time when kind of everything imploded with the HOA, and then we sort of lost contact at a certain point. But we did get the SCE permit done, working with them, and To the extent, the fence repair, I think that could be easily done at this point if, once we get the updated approval. But the fence around the ponds, some of that fence around the ponds remains there today. But there was a lot of work done to take the sewage out, decommission those ponds, and then there's landscaping that has to go in. And my understanding is the final fence goes in once that landscaping goes in.
Okay, but you're going to hear tonight, obviously, from the blue cards, some of what I heard today. And so I want you to be able to absorb that and realize that this thing that's left over from all this time that's why we continued it. So this outreach could have happened. And I'm really disappointed that those addresses were not contacted.
Well, there's a question about that, Commissioner,
about
and
what?
that is, anyone can make any claim now 7 years later that, any matter of repair needs to occur, that was somehow attributed to the original blasting or development. And it becomes a question of how do you temper that? If many people came to the city, and I know Savat was, got a lot of those calls, and he would contact EMOD, and EMOD would go out and he would fix things. A lot of things got fixed. So whenever it was brought to our attention that something needed fixing, it got fixed. And so going back now 7 years later and having claims, that becomes a real issue for us, because if you go out to, everyone and say, gee whiz, what do you have that we can fix for you? How do we temper what needs to be fixed? If there was an issue, all we can say is.
I'll jump in right now, Commissioner. So I think Commissioner Alexander has made her point very clear. And it's a point that I'm in very much in agreement with her on. And so, we had this meeting where we looked over this proposal, and we heard from a lot of residents, and we had 5 commissioners here that night, and there were 5 commissioners who really were given pause by what we heard from the citizens who came out to speak to us. So I guess the question I have, because we did get your report that was included with the staff report as exhibit number 9. And, you talked about this in the first point there, which says, talking about our concern, it says, number 1, developer should meet with residents about damages that have not been resolved. City should not be involved in these meetings, but developer should report back to the city. So did you have meetings with residents about damages that have not been resolved? Since December?
We have not had any meetings with residents.
Okay.
We looked.
So that
what
was
I did do, but
our
what
clear concern and our clear direction.
But what we did do.
That's what we wanted.
Okay, but what we did do is we went back to the city files. We went back to look for any complaints, any indication of people we needed to speak with, and we found nothing in those files. And so the question becomes, how do you determine who are those people that you need to speak with? Because we have one gentleman who said, the developer owes me $200,000 from 7 years ago.
We understand your point, and I want you to understand our point.
No, I get it. But
we didn't ask you to go dig around in the city's files. We asked you to communicate with the residents.
Who do I communicate with, and how do I do that?
I don't know.
Other than giving carte blanche to, hey, is there anything we can fix in your house this week
looks like
for
you didn't try very hard.
Well, no, we actually did, and we looked at what we've done.
We're going to move on here, because I'm sure we'll come back to this point again later. So let's not belabor it any more than we already have. I don't have any further questions for the applicant at this point. Okay, with that, we thank the applicant for her presentation, and we will ask staff questions if we have questions for staff, and I think we do.
I have a question on traffic. So applicant indicated that they ran the traffic analysis with a greater density of traffic traveling south to Ontario, and that city was good with it. I'd like that confirmation from the city that it was provided and you were good with it.
Yes, that's correct. We were good with it because ultimately they do have to mitigate that new traffic impact by installing a signal. And in the first traffic study, it was 100% on them, and it still continues to be 100%.
So with the increase in traffic, it would not require any additional mitigation beyond that signal?
That's correct.
Okay. That's my only question.
And I have a question here, probably for Mr. Campu. The engineer, Mr. Brooks, who spoke briefly, clarified that which I had forgotten, that the homes are connected, and then there was some discussion with the applicant about the fee. So the fee's probably already been paid to the city years ago. I think that's what Mr. Brooks said, that the developer at the time paid it before the fee went up, right? So is that, there is no outstanding fee that's potentially going to befall on the residents living there on Laurel Canyon or Bel Air?
There shouldn't be, but we can confirm that. We'll confirm that afterwards. Because we wouldn't allow a connection without a fee. That's not our process.
Could I ask it? Savant, thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it. While I was out there with the residents, the one comment was made that was kind of disturbing to me, that the composure, the composite, the material at the top of the grading where the pads are made, during the blast, the reason why there were so many blasts is because it's solid granite up there. And the comment was made that the storm drains, and the applicant said that all the infrastructure's up in there, all the major ones, and storm drains, I imagine, are part of the major infrastructure, correct? And it was brought to my attention, I have no idea what to do with this information other than to share it with the city, is that because they couldn't get down to the standard depth of whatever storm drain was, it wasn't to code. I don't know what to do with that information. During the city inspections and approvals, what's that process on the city side?
We're not aware of that, but
I think Mr. Brooks can handle that. I think there is some area that they have to go back for some sewer construction, but the on-site engineer is familiar with that. And if he can actually respond to that.
Great, thank you.
So what the first thing I like to do is, in fact, just today, the property was inspected for NPDES compliance, and we were given a complete certification on the site for the erosion control, silt fences, and measures. I'd like this entered in the public record. Please. Regarding the on-site, the major storm drain lines have been installed in all the streets. And all the infrastructure to the site has been installed: water, sewer, and then reclaimed water. So on site, we will have to put in domestic water. It has 3 feet of cover. That's not a problem. And sewer will go to 8 feet. There is a knoll, a ridge that we're aware of, where there was some fractured blue granite that's down there, but we're not going to be down deep in that area. And the storm drain that's been put in has already been put in through there.
At what depth?
I believe it's 6 or 7 feet of cover.
Could you address, when you say the sewer will have to go down 8 feet?
Sanitary sewer.
Correct.
Standard depth of cover is 8 foot of cover in the city of Corona.
And that's already in there? You said it has to be done.
Off-site, but on-site, we still have to do that work.
On-site, it still has to be done. So if you're dealing with solid granite, is that a true statement of what the composition is up there? There won't be any blasting going down to 8 feet?
No, if they do encounter it, it'll be a drill and shoot. But again, we are aware of where that knoll is, and there won't be, because it's at the high point on the street, so we're down below, we're okay, and we're not going to run the sewer through there from the south side.
Okay, while I have you up there, sorry, Chair, if I could ask you about during a rain event, since the lot has been abandoned for so long, the accumulation of water that was pooling up there, in order to get rid of that water, I was told that there needed to be some drainage so that the slope, integrity to the slope, as far as the netting and the grid, was removed to get that drainage to flow off of the top of the plateau, if you will. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, well, the storm drain line has been installed. So, I mean, we probably had the best year and a half of rain we ever had, especially last week. It had 2.5 inches in one day. The perk ponds performed amicably. There is slope drainage, and the only good thing about it not being developed right now is that there's pretty good growth of the natural vegetation to hold that
So
together.
there wasn't mudslides, is what you're saying, due
No.
to the slope integrity?
No, I mean it's been there for 6-7 years complete. There's no obvious signs of settlement or degradation.
Okay, but the netting wasn't removed that's required for slope integrity during that draining process?
If that was inspected and by Tom Hall, city inspector, when they went up that slope, so we're really getting into the weeds here, that all the work was inspected and approved by the city of Corona. So that's all I'm going to say.
I appreciate your response to that. It was information shared to me, and I'm just sharing it with.
It's called conjecture, and it's to create confusion.
Okay, so with that, do we have other questions for staff here?
While we have Mr. Brooks up, can you confirm that the fees for the sewer have been paid?
The sewer fees have been paid.
So the statement that the Bel Air residents will be left with a
No,
$5,000.
so there was confusion there, and I probably should have spoke to that earlier.
Was it confusion or conjecture?
The confusion on the fee, I don't know if this is court or not, but the confusion's on the fee. The fee has been paid because, as Savat mentioned, Tom Coper was here at the time. There's no way they're going to take and treat the sewage without sewer connection fees being paid. So that's in gold. That's been paid. The other item is...
For clarifying that.
Thank you. The other item is the Bel Air private sewer system now that's in their streets. There's a condition, I think it's number 56, that we have to video and rehabilitate those lines. And we have plans prepared. They're in engineering. They've been plant checked a few times, and they're just sitting on the wayside. Once the map gets re-upped, all the improvements that are left can be processed and complete, such as the work around the WQMP pond, finishing that asphalt road for the sewer, and doing the DG trail that's in the conditions, I believe. So, again, we don't have a project. If we don't have a project, how can we do the work?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we all would like for you to have a project, and we just want it to be right. Further questions for staff? Okay. I guess I have a question because I kind of brought it up at the last hearing about this, because I was a little surprised that the city had not made any improvements, and I know that Ms. Coletta gave a bit of an explanation, but I still feel like, I think it was mentioned that the roads are 55 feet wide versus 64. Personally, I would have liked and would still like to see if the city is able to, communicate with the residents and possibly make some improvements. I understand that that involves right-of-ways, and that's something that would need to be, directed by the city council. But I'm just bringing it up again. Perhaps this will find its way to the ears of some city council members, and perhaps Mr. Ellis even will hear it as well. So, and then with that, I guess we will open the public hearing to all the comment cards that we have. I have several in my hand already. There may be more to come, but I will start with the ones I do have. First is Dave Arlington. then Megan Salazar and Chris Salazar. Just introduce yourself, and then the mic is yours.
Gentlemen, I'm Dave Arlington. I've been here last time we were here. I got a copy of the development on this project, so I went through it with a fine-tooth comb as an engineer would. Had some questions. I noticed it said the zoning was 1 to 3 lots per acre. 12,000 square feet is not 1/3. Okay, it's a violation of the zoning. I'm going, what is it? The zoning 1 to 3 units per acre? If that be the case, let's regrade everything to 1 to 3, 1/3 acre, if you're going to do that. The other big issue with me is the access to State Street. I brought up the Shadow Lane easement issue because according to your documents, on page 317, 327, it mentions existing easement road over to Shatterborn, right? Plus page 16 and 17, which is a sewer line. Well, it's already in place. It's a right-of-way easement. It specifically said easement road. It didn't say easement for sewer line. It said easement road twice in the documents. Well, why aren't we using that? You're dumping on State Street, which that's what everybody's got this big issue with. You already pre-approved a lock gate from the fire department. Now you're saying the fire department says, well, they have another exit. You already approved it from the previous development to have a lock gate for fire exit only. Why are we deviating from that? You already approved it. And we agreed that, all the neighborhood through there, because we didn't want all this traffic. There's no sidewalks, no drains. All the drains from that whole area, all that watershed down there goes right through my property. So I'm on over 3 acres, and I'm right at the valley. Well, all that water continues on down and gets into their development. Well, my only issue, and I don't have a problem at all with the development, I have an issue that they said they contacted us about all the damages. My attorney quit and notified me he's quitting because the development was dissolved. So who are you going to sue? I'm asking for a bond for the damages for all the surrounding area within 1,000 feet of that development. Only because the fact is we need to be able to recover some of our losses. I've already gone through and fixed countless, because I am a contractor, fixed countless broken tiles in the floors, broken stucco driveways, everything else. We're running out of time. If phase 2, I'd like to see it kept at 1 acre minimum. It mentioned it's all the lot size and stuff, and they're not even 12,000 square feet. That's crazy. And I'm running out of time. Right? Just please push the issue to get it across the old dump or down to Stover Drive and leave State Street alone. You don't have to put the signal in. I mean, it alleviates all that crap. Because all these people are complaining because of the through traffic. Sorry, it took so long. But
Thank you, Mr. Arlington.
thank you.
Salazar, resident of the Old Temescal, Bel Air area. I asked for some photos that I had taken, and I had sent them to the.
And they were included in the agenda packet,
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know if you guys have them, but I can reference them. I have them here as well. Couple things. These guys have made a mess out of our community for the last 7 years, you know. Piles of rocks everywhere along the sides of our streets. You know, sewer pipes that are, actually that's our old sewer pipe connection. It's been sitting on our side of we drive by it every single day of our life. Every single day that sewer pipe is still sitting there, a 10-inch sewer pipe sitting rusted out on the side of our road. Are they up? Okay. Yeah, if you can move along on some of those. Those are all the piles of rocks there. There's the sewer pipe right there. It's been that, I mean, I literally drive by that 7-8 times a day. It'd be simple to clean up their mess, you know? Piles of rocks everywhere. There's a giant pile of rocks. Okay, here's the fencing that they knocked down to gain access to our HOA property. Promises, we'll fix it, we'll put it back together, we're going to clean it up. I drive by this every day. We have transients and people walk through these gates all the time. They use that to cut off to Sherborne and head over there by Islands and where they're proposing the road. They walk through the back of our property. The back side of my property, if you continue on the photos, you can probably get to the back of my property at some point here. And that's just more construction trash left behind. The people stay in those tunnels. They go camp out in them. This is where they ruined our property. They came to the back, they demolished all the trees. I know they call it a cesspool and all this other stuff. Well, there was fish in there. Fish don't live in cesspools. We would fish back there. We had egrets, birds, ducks. This was not the water was very clean. As a matter of fact, one of the students years ago tested the water from this treatment plant and it was very clean. Nonetheless, they've damaged the back of our property. Just looks like a rock quarry. There's the fence that they tore down. That's right directly behind my property. My property still is opened up. I can't let my dogs out in my yard because they will run off into the hills. Wide open, wide open. There's more of the fence that was removed that was never put back on my property and other properties as well. Just the construction that was going on back there, it created a lot of problems. And my request to the city is, I'm not opposed to putting homes up there, but I'm also want to hold these guys accountable for the agreements they made and to put us whole, in order to get our lives, in order. We have a beautiful neighborhood down there, and they came in, ravaged our neighborhood, and then walked away from it. It's not my fault that they didn't get their permit done in time. If I don't show up to a court date or something like that, guess what? I'm responsible. It's not anybody else's responsibility, and it's also their responsibility to hold to their agreements that they made with our HOA. So thank you for letting me.
All right, thank you. Then we'll have Megan Salazar to be followed by Donald Napier and Barry Wagner.
Thank you. So I just wanted to address some of the promises that, they had said that they had broken regarding the fence. I know that our HOA is considered civil, but I have the minutes and the documentation and emails that we sent to them. The project started in 2015. That MOU was signed July 2013. I have the dated copy. And in that, it does say that they will fix our fence. June 14th, 2016. Still waiting for that perimeter security fence. Here's an email that our president and vice president sent to them saying, hey, we're requesting that fence go around the property for safety concerns. One was sent on 5/31. The second was sent on 6/14. I have dozens of this stuff. Blasting was supposed to end in June originally, ended September 2016, from 4 to 40 blasts. This was something that we were given at a meeting somewhere for what it was supposed to look like. That pond area, that cesspool that they were going to make pretty, that they destroyed, this is not what our backyard looks like. And it just comes down to a safety issue again. If they want to build, like obviously the city is going to expand, things are going to happen, but do it properly, keep your word, because you can stand here right now in 2024 and make all these promises. We're going to put the gate up when we're finished with the project. Well, when is that? 2026, 2030, when? Right now is the safety concern. Right now, I have transients and homeless people in my backyard. I had to call the police department 3 times in the last month because I had people in my backyard coming through where it's not gated. I'm home with children, and it's between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m. that I'm having to contact local law enforcement for the safety and security of my family because people are going back there. We are actually an HOA, just for the record. We are in the process of electing a board, but we are an HOA. Wildlife Fish and Game had them have a stop order. And that's why they had to stop conducting business, because they were tearing down that pond area and they weren't supposed to be doing it. I know because I called. I had the video, I had the pictures, some of the pictures that were submitted, because they weren't supposed to be doing what they were doing. So you're not supposed to, you're breaking the rules and you're breaking promises. And if you can't show that you're of good character and ethic and what you're doing from 2013 to now, that says a lot. And all we ask is that you hold them accountable. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Salazar. We have Mr. Napier, Mr. Wagner, and Mr. Brown.
Pier, State Street. I want to talk specifically about the impact this development's going to have on State Street. I think it's unrealistic to not consider the fact that the impact this is going to have on State Street. No streetlights, no sidewalks. It's a rural residential street, and the impact that this additional traffic that's going to bring to State Street is it's going to change the whole outlook of State Street. People have rural houses that are an acre to 2.5 acres, and this influx of traffic every day and every night is going to change the face of State Street. And just from a safety standpoint, I think it's unrealistic to think that you're going to accomplish what you need to accomplish by having this secondary exit and entrance to this development. Thank you.
Wagner, and I live up on Quail Hill Road. And I don't know how many feet it is from the blast site, but the last blast that they had there was tremendous. And somehow it's all granite, and it just followed it right at my place, and it put a crack all the way through my shop that's probably an 1/8 inch wide, and in places it's uneven. And I don't know how deep it is, but it definitely went right through the middle of my shop. And I think all that should be taken care of. There's a lot of people with damage. And I had an attorney, and just like the other fellow, he quit because he figured he couldn't get blood out of a turnip. So where do we stand on that? And then to go also, besides that point, the gentleman before me, he's absolutely right. I mean, if anybody goes down there and drives that route in the morning, they'll see how congested it is now. And to add to that congestion is terrible. And this woman got up and said the traffic situation where they look for collisions, well, I don't know who has the reports, but I've seen 4 or 5 collisions right at that corner. So things just aren't adding up. And this traffic situation would be terrible for the people living there. I have to go drive down through it, but it doesn't bother me that much. But to put another stoplight right there, which will be needed for sure, you're going to go a couple hundred feet and you're going to hit another light. Then you hit another light. That area is so congested in there now, it's just going to make it worse. You know, what can I say? You try to make things better, but sometimes better isn't better, you know, without planning. And I just think when money's involved, the planning looks one way, and somebody else looks the other way. I'm not sure about that, but it's not a good thing that's going on the way it's going. And if it was better planned, and it would probably be all right. And they should take care of the old stuff too. I mean, there's a bond. I'm sure there's a bond. And this is the first I heard about the building the homes. I didn't get any notices. And when they were doing the building and the blasting constantly, they were sending me emails. They got my name on the list. You know, they could send me a thing. They didn't even tell anybody they were quitting. So that's what I got to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Napier. Appreciate your comments. And I'll just... Uh-oh. Oh, you're Wagner. Mr. Napier was right before you. I'm sorry. And so he mentioned he lives on Quail Hill, just for everyone's reference. That's to the southeast of the site of the, of the county portion of this development. So yeah, definitely in the area to know about the blasts.
John Brown, I live on Laurel Canyon. I'm here in support just of what the Salazars have said. And just, I don't think anybody's against the homes being built, but, like you've all already heard, the promises haven't been kept. And then the worry is, okay, we go ahead and approve this one, and then it falls through again, and now where are we at? So I think, it causes a great concern. And I'm the new guy to the neighborhood, so I haven't been dealing with it as long as my neighbors have. But same thing, you saw the pictures, you saw what we drive by every day. You were out there today, you saw a lot of the mess that's been made with the fence and issues with that. And I think things need to be right before they're allowed to continue on. So I'll yield the rest of my time to Julie Trapp.
So our next cards, I have Julie Trapp, also John Trapp, Gary Edwards, and Dwight Peterson.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Julie Trapp. I want to thank you again for thinking about the citizens and the impact that it's going to have on us. I want to make sure, again, I'm sounding repetitive here. For the record, I am not opposed to development at all. I am actually passionate about responsible development. I want to talk to you tonight about three things. First, Nova Homes responded to your concern. I read the concerns at the last meeting and then their response to them. They responded to the annexing, the possibility of annexing the property so it can all be city simply by saying they don't have to. That was their response. I don't have to. Well, please take into account the 3 points of many that I'm going to make with you when city and county try to work together. If you come into our development under the freeway, if you look to the right, Bel Air and Temescal, Old Temescal, they meet right there. There's a huge, ugly gate there. Residents of the city and the county have gone to court. There's easements, there's termination of easements, there's more court dates. And there's still a big, ugly gate blocking because when city and county leave areas like that, that's what happens. The citizens themselves have to go to court over it, and then there's roads blocked. The second example, do any of you know where Bennett Street is? It's a street, a main thoroughfare through Eagle Glen community. And Bennett Street runs through Eagle Glen. It starts at Masters, it goes down, the Eagle Glen Park is on it. It's a major artery through that development. Do you know where Bennett ends? It ends where there's actually this big ugly gate blocking the whole street. And it does that because the county residents didn't want the city residents on their roads. And so the county allowed a big block. I have a picture if you need to, but if you go down there, if you look at maps, there's a big gate that blocks that. So the city residents have to go down to Bedford Canyon, or they have to hop on the freeway if they want to get around. Because the city and the county, they don't work well together like that. So your annexation idea is magnificent, but they don't have to. And the third case in point, many of you may not know, but there's a little dirt road called Glen Road off of Wyrick. It's county. It sits right across a dirt road, 5-acre horse ranches, sits right across from the city. And because the city and the county do not communicate, the city and the county, there's no kinds of consistency according to surrounding houses. Like the city individually does that, the county individually does that. But when you have a project that's put in the middle of it, you have 5-acre homes and you have high-density housing across the street from a little dirt road. And that's what happens when city and county projects are merged. And so I want you to take that in consideration. They're not doing it because they don't have to. It's not easy for them. So with the way that Nova Home is proposing the gates and such, the entire development could exit their homes on Old Temescal. But as current residents, we cannot exit that way. Proof, city and county don't work together. Can I have my own time now? Yeah, I get 3 minutes of mine. That was Bert's time, right, Mr. Brown? Okay, good, because I'm only at number 2, but I'll be quick. Time and time again, condition. It was in before they spent days bulldozing, cutting down our trees. They have yet to replace the fence. That is that MOU that you do have file of number 5 says they will replace the existing fence. We have asked them numerous times to do that. We have been told many times that the fixes would be done. They still are untouched today. When I questioned our city representatives regarding this issue, we were told nothing could be done to enforce because those signed agreements were between the developer and not the city. I spoke to Tom Coper, I spoke to Jackie Casillas, West Speak, about this at one point, and it was finally told to me that construction bonds held by the city could not cover private property, okay, such as ours. And we have no recourse then with them for their empty promises. And again, that was the MOU signed July 2013, number 5. Replace our fence that they bulldozed down that goes around a water pond that we're liable for. They still have yet to do that. Lastly, most importantly, the Old Temescal. It's a dangerous road, period. I hope you might have taken the time to visit our street. I appreciate Miss Alexander who did that I know of. This street does not meet city code like Nova Homes said, they put in their report. They're hoping and insisting current residents of the city no longer can park. They're hoping that there's no parking there because that's what they said, and that painted lines will make it safe enough. Let me just tell you, they stated the road is 55 feet wide. So what did my husband and I do? We took our measurement down there. If you go from the project entrance across the street, 30 feet. If you go from homes across that are county to public utilities like the big, what are they? Telephone line pole, 30 feet, okay? We walked up that street right where the hill crests, 30 feet. There's no 55 feet. If the 55 feet, that's right, maybe where you go under the freeway. But that's not where the residents are going to be coming out. 30 feet is nowhere close to the 64 required by the city. Now imagine for a minute a couple kids from high school that maybe are in those future homes have to walk that. First of all, we're asking them to be hyper-vigilant, not be on their phones looking for cars, and that the cars are doing the same so they don't have to hop off that road. There is no sidewalks there. There won't be. It's dangerous for the walkers, and it's dangerous, and I say walkers because there's no bus system in that area. We will have walkers there. 30 feet is not okay. Would the city ever allow 30 feet for future development? Absolutely not. It's not safe. We will have, we've had on the calendar to have our streets repaved for 10 years. Who'll be in charge of making this striped painting that's gonna make the whole thing safe? The city that's supposed to repave them? Are they gonna make sure the striping's done and done every year? Do you trust some painted lines to make up for an extra 30 feet of roadway that's lacking? It's dangerous to drive on, and now there'll be walkers. The city already lacks sidewalks, okay? I'm really sorry this developer spent so much time, so much money on this property that it's made of solid granite and virtually landlocked. But a bad decision to do so could not come at such a grave risk to the current homeowners and the future city residents. Unfortunately, bad investments are made every single day. That's
Perhaps I'd like my wife to have my time, please.
Thank you. Okay, so, okay, right here. We were unfortunately bad investments happen every single day. That's exactly what happened here. Many companies have bought this land and done the research and sold it for this very reason. Okay, when plans are made to proceed with this project safely, adequate number of entrances, exits, responsible developer who will not change their name and abandon the project, then you'll have my support. That's what I'm going to leave it at. And I didn't understand if the fee has been paid. Then Ms. Beamer, were you saying the $4,600, was that a threat to the homeowners? We may have to pay it, we may not. The last time you and I had a conversation, you hung up on me. So as far as out.
Thank you, Ms. Trapp. Okay, I've got 2 more cards. Mr. Edwards and Mr. Peterson, please come forward if you'd like to speak to us.
There are 2 others as well.
I'm here to talk on the next item, number 4.
Sorry about that, Mr. Mr. Edwards. We'll call you up when we get to that item. Okay, Mr. Peterson then.
And I'm on the Bel Air HOA board. I appreciate, I believe it was Sandra reading two of the points on the correspondence that I had sent you. However, based on the conversation of our memorandum of understanding, I would ask that you'd put the unfinished items in the conditions of approval. That would help us with enforcement of that. The items are, as you've heard, the sewer lines on our street, the perimeter fence of the common area, and then the electrical service as well. So also wanted to state that we learned last time that the Monteville project is going to be gated. We were hoping that that was going to be open and would be our second egress. But with that being a gated community, our 50-some homeowners have no second egress. So that is something that we would like to see. It was read, but we were suggesting that we be given access to the development free of charge in perpetuity, as that then would give us the second egress for our homeowners through their development as well, which would be gated. So anyway, that's what I wanted to state, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your comments. And then I have some more cards making their way up to me. Okay, we have two more commenters who spoke last time, and we're looking forward to hearing them again. Carol Steckline and Joe Morgan.
Well, I want to first say thank you for all of you and the service that you give to our community, the sacrifice of time and time with your family. And I just want you to know that I appreciate that. I came to reiterate my concern with traffic. But first, I want to interject something based on what the developer's attorney said. Attorney speak. She wants you to believe that 2/3 of the project is done and all the traffic to come from them will now be finished carpenters. Did you hear that? That's not honest. They still have to build roads. There's going to be huge trucks coming right in front of my house every day, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, destroying the road. The other thing I want to interject really quickly is they want access. It's public, I get it, right in front of my house, all these homes. But I don't get access for a second, like for safety reasons. So that's frustrating. Okay, traffic. I live at the top of Old Temescal Road. I implore you, before you approve this project, to drive those roads, please. Drive them during the day and drive them at night, please. It's not safe. Drive under the freeway on Old Temescal Road. Go up the hill. First, you'll notice on the right side, sometimes there's cars parked in front of a home there on the right side, county side. Sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. You can't see them until you're right on top of them. If you don't know they might be there, so easily could be an accident. That's the first thing. You go up the hill, it's a blind hill. It's blind both ways. You go up, you're at the top, you go down. It's blind both ways. If there's a high school student, which they will walk, they already walk to the high school down the street, and there will be more. If they're there on the road, you can't see them until you're right on top of them. The attorney wants you to think that just don't let them park there. Would she want that in front of her house? I have guests at my house. My neighbor, they have guests and workers, and so the other side of the street is county. Where are we supposed to park? Her answer is a yellow line down the middle, and just don't let them park. That's not adequate, it's not right, it's not fair, and it's not safe. I went out today with my tape measure, 28 feet across at one spot. 28 feet across. That's not safe. You have a beautiful community, and you have a little tiny road, and then you have the city of Chino. It's not safe. There has to be better infrastructure. There has
Good evening. I don't think I've really seen a more disrespectful reference to people. I swear, if you listened to this presentation, you'd swear that the people of Bel Air went over when they needed to take a crap and went over and crapped in a pool. They had a functioning facility that worked. It was a lake. And as you heard, it was wildlife. They all took a lot of pride in that. And so they made a business agreement with the developer. And to act like this whole thing was a gift or some kind of, you know, a goodwill gesture is utter bullshit, you know. And they made a deal. They made a deal. They got access to something that they needed for their development, and in exchange, they were supposed to hook up Bel Air to the sewer. It's no more than that. So that stuff needs to stop right now. So this solid rock, this thing it's a quarry. They're building on a quarry. You've got to blast to plant lilies in the front yard. I mean, I'm talking, you're going to have to blast to put cable in. You know, it's just to act like all the stuff is done is ridiculous. And when he says, oh, we'll just need to drill and shoot. Well, drill and shoot is blasting. That's blasting. In case you didn't catch that. You drill down and you put a charge in and you break rock. That's blasting. So it may be small blasting, but it's blasting. The Ontario widening and the remodeling of the shopping center at the corner of State and Ontario has not been addressed. They're going to lose access southbound from Ontario. So all that traffic is going to have to come through the intersection in the backside. There's not going to be a driveway, you know, where you're going to be able to come from, like where I live by Santana. You're not going to be able to turn left in that shopping center. All the traffic's going to have to go down State Street or make a U-turn or whatever. Nobody's talking about any of that. Ontario is going to be 6 or 8 lanes wide. The street's going to go right up against the back of Sombreros. You know, they're adding 2 turn lanes. You know, I've got the plans if anybody wants to see them. So it's an open secret, and the fact that none of this is being addressed and how it addresses, you know, the functioning of State Street. Really, what the answer is, you consider this entire project. That way, the county can get on board, and you can address the actual functioning of this whole thing, or don't do it. You know, either take the whole thing or not at all. You can't just go. We wouldn't dump sewer through the county area. We wouldn't dump water through the county area, but we're going to dump all the traffic through the county area. You know, we don't do that. That's not how we do business. That's not how we should be doing business. You know, we're taking half of a project, and you guys would never do that. And so I don't understand why this should be an option to do it this time. Thank you very much.
And then I was given one more blue card, first name Ryan McCall, I believe it says.
Commissioners, obviously a lot of residual tension left over from the past 5, 6, 7 years. With all due respect to the affected parties, I don't really know that not supporting the project is going to make any of that get any better. The way that you hold a developer accountable is through the conditions of approval that the city issues, which in theory would lead to the completion of some of the things that they were promised. The biggest reason that a lot of the project was not completed was because it got stopped. So the fact that the stuff hasn't been completed is precisely because the project came to a halt. So, you know, Mr. Salazar, I've heard a lot about you, and I respect you, and I do sympathize with the things that have happened, but you know, preventing the project from moving forward is frankly counterproductive. To the extent the site is already viewed as an attractive nuisance, I don't think that it's going to get any better in a disapproved fashion. So, you know, what I do know is that if it's approved, it's a project that is going to attract the most prominent builders in Southern California that are going to come and complete the project. It will probably improve your property values. It will be an injection of outside money into your city's economy. If you have an issue or a vendetta with the previous developer or the guy that's the applicant today, the most logical thing to do would be to approve the project so that he could move on and sell it to somebody that's going to complete it, and you could get your fences built and you could get your ponds completed and all of the things that were promised. That's accomplished again through the conditions of approval. The state of California has allocated over 1 million new housing units to Southern California between 2021 and 2029. Corona was allocated 6,000 of those units, over 6,000. This site is, in fact, in the city's certified, well, I don't know if it's certified, but it's the 6th cycle housing element. The applicant's not asking for anything special. He complies with the general plan. He complies with the zoning.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, Mr. McCall. So those are the end of our speaker cards. And with that, we're going to close the public hearing. I think the last speaker actually
Chair?
made a valid point in that we...
Excuse me. Chair, I'm sorry. Ms. Salazar was requesting additional time. I told her
Okay.
that would be at your discretion.
Maybe we'll open it up again in a little bit. Let's just continue with what we're doing at the moment. So I feel like the last speaker made a point about the conditions of approval, and I think all of us, the first time around, were trying to figure out what conditions we could attach to potentially make this an approvable project. And it wasn't clear to me then. It's not clear to me now. And I think there's a lot that needs to happen before I'll gain that kind of clarity. And I'm very disappointed with the applicant not conducting any outreach, despite our pretty explicit instruction that that's what we wanted. We didn't want the city to be involved, but we wanted the applicant to report back to the city. Other comments, it is Bel Air and Laurel Canyon. Those, particularly the and Old Temescal. It's dangerous, and that's why I've continued to make this point about if there's any way the city can be involved to upgrade those streets. The applicant mentioned that there were 6 collisions, I believe, on Bel Air. It was in the report, 4 of which were injury collisions within the last 10 years. And to me, that seems like a lot, considering what a tiny little corner of Corona that is, and how few people are going in and out of there. So that, to me, that is very clear. It's a very dangerous area as is. And the other difficulty about the city and the county aspects of it, Ms. Trapp made the point that the city and the county don't necessarily see eye to eye very well, or communicate, or work together, and that's was one of my concerns the last time, about half the project being in the city, half being in the county, potentially having, the all kinds of complications that could arise from that. So at the moment, I'm not sure that I have ideas on how to condition this as we are now. I'd like to hear from other commissioners what their thoughts are, and then we will have to kind of consider where we're at.
So there were 3 things I wanted to see the applicant come back with. One was some kind of communication with the residents. I think we were super clear, and I'm super discouraged with the just lack of any action from that item. The other was the traffic study, the relook at the traffic study. If we did it with other assumptions, what would that say? I'm satisfied that the city is satisfied that there's no additional mitigation. But the third thing was, what can the developer do without that? What ideas do you have to mitigate the traffic congestions? One of those that we talked about was putting the signal in first. And even today, the answer was, I'll put the signal in before I sell a home. And I think it was one of the last, Carol, I think, said, they are going to have traffic. They're going to have construction traffic. So I'm with you on the I don't know what to condition them with. Definitely some of the things that I wrote down here was all of the things that Beller is expecting should be conditioned. If the developer didn't do it before, it needs to be conditioned of the project now.
And I wanted to thank you for bringing up the traffic study, because there were references made to it. I would have liked to have been able to evaluate that for myself, to understand those assumptions. And I take your point that, yeah, it's good that the city looked at it and that they felt that there was, a good data in there. But I know we've seen other ones. I think that would be something I'd like to see if this does not get approved tonight.
I appreciated the residents highlighting specific areas where there's traffic concerns, that you could have gone out and said, okay, here's the Blind Hill. What ideas could we have that met their needs? I think they were honest and open last time about what their challenges were, and I don't think we met any of them currently.
Wow. I agree. I think we're totally disappointed. We were very clear about we wanted for the applicant to have 7 pages of addresses and do no outreach, when clearly there are some outstanding issues. When I spoke to the residents today, I was pretty clear that there is some things that we can address with the project, and there are some things that are civil that we have no jurisdiction over, right? There are some things that when we annex in property that used to be county, their standards aren't the same as the city, right? So you're inheriting no sidewalks. You're inheriting a different standard that they lived in when they lived in the county. I think it is unrealistic to expect the city to bring these up to codes when they've been this way. I haven't heard, I don't know if there's CIP to bring them up to any standard closer to us. I appreciate the city's traffic assessment. When you bring in 103 homes, you're going to bring in more traffic. And the fact of the matter is, it's county condition road, and as far as their standard. I am interested in traffic calming measures that was in the report. I am interested to hear the city talk about if there is CIP down the road, where is that? I am interested in the timing of the construction, if it were to move forward, and how it coincides with other major traffic challenges that will only complicate this if they were to move forward. I just don't know. I think that I'm very clear what my feeling is. I'm very disappointed. I think there is enough that we can condition, but I don't think that we move forward without last directive being addressed by the applicant. I just don't feel good about that. So I would ask Ms. Coletta to give us some direction here on, do we continue it again because the conditions weren't met by the applicant? Do we just don't recommend it? How do you do this?
So you have several options on how you want to make a motion and see how it carries. If you are not comfortable and have cited your reasons, you can always make the decision on which way you want to go. if you want to give the applicant another attempt to go out and engage with the residents, then the appropriate matter would be to continue it again. So that's really what, it's a motion that's going to be put down and see what carries with this commission.
And I guess the other thing is it possible, because there's, you know, so many different issues here, you know, with the county area, with the, you know, the traffic, the Ontario widening, you know, the light going in, you know, the streets that have not been upgraded at all because of the various issues, you know, and as I've mentioned, and Commissioner Alexander did, is there any way, you know, to get any closer to being, you know, closer to city standards? I mean, is there any way to, you know, if we continue this, also have some sort of ad hoc meeting with different departments to understand and see if there's any way to explore new solutions that haven't been looked at?
So I can tell you right now, city staff, they're not going to take the position of going in and changing those county road standards. You know, you have homes that own the land. It's a huge responsibility to go in there and say, you know, you've been in the city now for 20 plus years and now we want to widen it. There's takings that are going to happen. It's going to impact their property. So we're living with a pre-existing condition. It was developed in the county. It got annexed in back in 92 or whatever it was. And that's just the situation we have to deal with. So it's measures and mitigation, calming measures, what we can do to work around that. But have I seen the city go in and do that? I think that's going to be an uphill climb that is not going to be explored.
Well, I appreciate that frank assessment. I do want to thank Sabat for responding to the residents about the road conditions and advising. If all of you don't know, the next cycle is coming up and your streets are included in that cycle. It's a matter of budgeting. It's a matter of putting it on the to-do list. It's a matter of approval by council and then going out to bids and then scheduling it. So I just wanted to thank Savat for that information that we shared. But I agree. I think it's a known condition with street widths. And here we're taking that known condition and we're complicating it with a TTM that's really going to impact. We've heard it from the residents. We've heard it from staff. There will be a change in traffic and even putting the signal at state. As much as I appreciate that, I think that is a good mitigation measure. At this point, I just don't have the faith that if, and I want to hear from you both, that the applicant, if given another continuation, would do the right thing and do an excellent job of outreach. And I just, after hearing the comments and reading their report, I'm just not sure it's going to happen. How do you feel?
I would totally agree with you. I would absolutely agree with you. I think that today I had hope last time. After today, I have no expectation that they're going to do that in a way that will satisfy the residents. I think that it all has to be conditioned. So I don't believe that they will meet with them. I don't. Sorry.
Yeah, and I guess we're you know, I'm a little on both views here because I don't have much faith in them, but I also remember, you know, when I first looked at the report and their response and all of this, you know, I was the thought that went through my head is they don't take it seriously, and I remember, and it immediately took me back to Starbucks, because the first time we said, you know, we've got concerns, we're going to give you some time to work on it. What'd they do? They came back with exactly the same proposal with a big long explanation of why everything they had decided on was correct, and how city staff had already said this was good, and we should just sign off on it. And when we gave them another chance, then they actually took some action, and we ended up approving the project, which is under construction.
But at that point, I think the difference with that one is that the applicant actually gave us evidence of which there will be change. It will be a different report back to us after the second continuation.
And you're right. You're right. Because somebody came to the second hearing and said, we can do something different. And even though they didn't submit something different, and they showed that they were much more serious about accomplishing their goals than this applicant seems to be.
Chair, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we deny the recommendation.
So deny, not continue.
Deny the recommendation.
I have a question. If we deny it, what happens? It goes to city council?
They
and it
can
puts it on
appeal
them?
to the city council.
Okay. My struggle with that is I feel like the city council members that put us in place to bring them, to filter it, we're putting it on them instead. I think it's tasked to us. That's my struggle.
This is a big leap of faith from the evidence of the report, from the evidence of tonight's pushback, from all that I've heard. But I do agree with you. We've been tasked by council to vet it out. And if we were to continue it one more time, then we'll see what the response is. What do you think, Chair?
Yeah, I'm leaning slightly towards continuing. Like I said, I was given some optimism by the other time we had to push back forcefully. I hope city staff will push back as well for us in between now and when there might be a continuation. And so that's the direction I'm leaning. So.
Okay, I'll go ahead and change my motion then. I'll drop the motion to deny and I'll make a motion to continue.
And then how long? I feel like we need, last time we gave them 2 months and
I would at this point just recommend it to go off calendar. We can easily re-advertise it.
Perfect.
It's a 10-day notification.
Great
So
suggestion.
we could do that, and it allows them the ability to go out there and arrange those meetings and so forth.
When they're comfortable coming back, that
Okay.
they're going to have a different conversation with us, I think, then they can come back.
Then I'll change my motion to continue off calendar.
I would second that.
Okay, there we go. So we have a motion that's been seconded and we'll need to vote. All right, there we go. We've passed a motion regarding that item. Now we have another item coming up. And I will thank all of the residents who spent time with us tonight for that last item. Okay, I think we are ready to move on. So, item number 5. Or no, item number 4. This is the one that Mr. Edwards waited for. So this was an item that was originally tentatively scheduled for our last meeting, I think, but didn't actually make the agenda. So it's called a continued public hearing for Precise Plan 2022-0003, a precise plan to review the site plan, architecture, landscaping, and other features associated with development of 2 industrial buildings totaling 334,520 square feet located at 1375 Magnolia Avenue within the business park land use designation of the Corona Magnolia specific plan. Applicant is Jeremy Mape from B9 Magnolia Owners, LLC. And quite the trooper, Ms. Lopez, our consulting planner, has been here all night and will present this item.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission, and staff in our audience tonight. This item before us tonight, as Chair Woody had mentioned, is a continuance from the January 22nd, 2024 Planning Commission meeting. The item before you tonight, the Commission tonight, is a request by the applicant for a precise plan 2022-0003, and it is to develop or redevelop a 16.6 acre property that's currently located just in the northeast corner of El Camino Road and Magnolia Avenue. The Plan Commission is being requested to review the site plan, architecture, landscaping, as well as the development features, which includes fencing and walls for the 2 industrial buildings that are being proposed. There is Building 1 that is located towards the western portion of the site at 238,370 square feet, which includes the ground floor area as well as a mezzanine area. Building 2 is proposed at 96,150 square feet, again with ground floor area as well as mezzanine area for a combined 334,520 square foot combined structure. These would be speculative industrial buildings at this point in time. So this is a view of the locational map as well as zoning. As we can see, the property is, again, 16.6 acres in total, and it is located at the northeast corner of El Camino and Magnolia Avenue. And surrounding land uses include general manufacturing to the south as well as to the southeast of the site, commercial across the street, as well as commercial office business park. BP, which is business park, is the current zoning on the site. And to the north is also BP, as well as to the north and general manufacturing to the northwest. A little bit of background of the subject site. The Claw Company, which manufactured excuse me, I drew a blank, fire hydrants, as well as piping, used to occupy the site from the 50s moving forward. The current applicant and property owner acquired the site in December 2021. They have already demolished most of the buildings that were on the property. However, there is no ground disturbance of the site. Demolition of the footings, foundations, as well as a proposed development is subject to soils management plan, as well as a corrective measures and implementation plan. The property is located within the Corona Magnolia specific plan, as well as has a business professional zone, and is within the mixed use 2 industrial commercial land use. As mentioned previously, 2 buildings are proposed on the project site. Building 1 can accommodate up to 4 tenants and features a 22 dock high truck loading area or truck loading doors. Building 2 can accommodate up to 2 tenants with 10 dock high truck loading doors. The loading areas are screened from Magnolia Avenue by 12-foot high concrete tilt-up walls, as well as metal gates with opaque screening. And the buildings are set back approximately 68 to 88 feet from Magnolia Avenue. The project has been reviewed on the development standards for the Corona Magnolia specific plan, as well as the Corona Municipal Code, and the project does meet all of the development standards. So here's a view of the proposed site plan. The building to the left or to the west of the site is Building 1, and Building 2 is just the smaller building that's located to the right. The property is surrounded by the required on-site landscaping of at least 10%. And as part of the development project, the applicant is required to dedicate 25 feet of road right-of-way along Magnolia Avenue. And the project site does abut the Burlington North Santa Fe Railroad, just to the west of the project site. To the north and to the east, it is also bordered by the flood control channel. And the site, again, will be completely redeveloped with essentially new landscaping, on-site parking, truck parking, and new fencing and perimeter masonry walls. There are 2 access points to the project site. The main access will be taken from Magnolia Avenue and Sherbourne Street, where the applicant will be required to install a new 4-way traffic signal. And the secondary access, or the access to Building 2, will be taken off Magnolia Avenue along the eastern portion of the site. Again, the site will be fully remodeled and redeveloped from its current status. One other thing to note is that the city is in the process of widening Magnolia Avenue from a 4-lane to a 6-lane roadway, as well as doing construction on the bridge above the channel to widen that bridge as well. Other improvements, right-of-way improvements, include a 14-foot wide raised median to include landscaping as well as hardscape. And that's per the Corona Magnolia specific plan. So this is a view of the floor plan. Again, Building 1 is to the left, Building 2 is to the right. As we can see, the building essentially is being developed as a warehouse use with parking, or excuse me, not parking, but office areas in the blue shaded area there on the screen. This is the elevation for Building 1. Building 1, essentially Building 1 and 2 will be a concrete tilt-up construction. The applicant intends to use gray and white, and as well as dark gray hues. There are numerous reveals along the building walls, as well as decorative architectural focal entry points to the building. We feel that the applicant has done a decent job in the colored elevations, as well as the renderings and what the building will look like. So it does adhere to the Corona Magnolia specific plan design guidelines, as well as to the city's commercial and industrial design standards, as well as with the Corona Municipal Code. And this is an elevation of Building 2, pretty similar design. The applicant, these are the landscape plans being proposed by the applicant. It should be noted that the site had previous contamination, and the applicant is working with the Department of Toxic Substances Control, as well as Environmental Protection Agency. One of the requirements from both agencies is that the site contain a cap to essentially capture or reduce any emissions of any contaminants, even though the site has been cleaned up. So the cap will essentially be the paved areas that will be layered on the site. For this reason, there is minimal trees within the two buildings, particularly also along the railroad side. One of the benefits is that on the opposite side of the railroad side along El Camino Road, there's an existing 6 to 7 foot high masonry wall where if someone's driving by, you won't be able to see within the building area at that point. The applicant was required to put in 10 foot of landscaping along the eastern perimeter. The site will be heavily landscaped with Afghan pines, 24-inch box trees planted 20 feet on center to provide screening within the loading areas. There is also, let's see if the pointer works. That doesn't work, but let's see. Oops, sorry about that. Let's see if I can go back. Between the two buildings, there will be wrought iron fencing. So there will be vines that are going to be installed there. I believe it's cat claws, the vine that's going to be installed between the two buildings, again, to further screen the loading area from building 1, as well as 12-foot high screen walls located along the project entry areas to further conceal the loading areas. Other features on the project include stamped and stained driveway entry areas, as well as mature trees and shrubs within the front setback areas. This is just a depiction, architectural depiction of the landscaping that will be installed. This is building 1, and the top building or the top view is looking from the railroad tracks. The bottom view is a view looking along the eastern portion of the building, of building 2. Again, this is the view of the proposed fencing along the western edge of the property boundary. The applicant will be installing a 9-foot high masonry wall for privacy as well as for security reasons. Within the front setback area, they will reduce that to a 7-foot high wall with wrought iron fencing, as well as concrete or masonry, decorative masonry pilasters. Same type of fencing, wrought iron with pilasters is proposed along the eastern property line. And there will be, again, dense landscape screening along the perimeter. The applicant has proposed a sign plan that's in the commission's packet. And the sign plan is also consistent with the Corona Magnolia specific plan. The applicant will be required to come in at a later date and apply for a separate sign permit for their signs. This is a street view looking northeast into the site. Currently, the site is for the most part, vacant in the sense that the applicant has demolished most of the structures on site. And again, this is some of the improvements that the Development Services Division has required is a 14-foot wide raised median along Magnolia Avenue, and as well as on-site and right-of-way improvements along the frontage of the property. This is a view looking at the subject site, looking northwest. As you get closer to El Camino Road, or Avenue, I'm sorry, there is no improved street frontage, so the applicant will be installing a curb-adjacent sidewalk, as well as a 12-foot landscape parkway within their frontage. The project did require a mitigated negative declaration, which was prepared by the applicant's environmental team, which is TMB Planning. They're in the audience tonight. The mitigate negative declaration included mitigation measures as well as a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, which essentially showed that there was no substantial evidence that the project would have a significant or potentially significant impact on the environment, as the mitigation measures have been incorporated into the project. Findings were made for approval of the project tonight for precise plan approval, and the fact that with 4 bullets as stated here, the project is consistent with the land use designation of mixed-use industrial. The project is also consistent with the Corona Magnolia specific plan and the municipal code development standards. The project was further consistent with the business park zone, as well as specific plan and the Muni code. And the project is consistent also and provides attractive architectural design, landscaping, and a sign plan that is consistent with all of our standards. As a result of that, staff is making a favorable recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt the mitigated negative declaration, adopt the resolution 2621, and grant, which is for the granting of the precise plan 2022-003, based on the findings within the staff report as well as the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I, as well as the applicants, will be happy to answer any questions that the commission may have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lopez. On point, even after such a long wait. I have a question. So my main question here, because we're being asked to approve the MND, and what I couldn't figure out, and I looked through the entirety of that. I did not read every word, but I looked through as much of it in as much detail as I could, and I didn't understand how that is connected to the toxic substances that the DTSC had commented on, because I assume there must be a connection between environmental mitigation and the the situation going on with the state.
Yes, that is correct, Chair. And as a result, the Department of Toxic Substances and Control essentially required that there be a land use covenant on the site restricting what type of uses would be allowed there or permitted there. And that is within their requirements, as well as a operating management, soils operation management plan, as well as the standard soils mitigation plan. But I think what I'll do is I will let the TMB planning, their applicant's environmental group, respond to that, the specifics of the M&D. Okay, yeah. Because we did have the letter that was submitted by the DTSC, and they had some pretty clear things, and I'm not quite sure I understood how that corresponded to the some of what has already taken place. So yeah, it may be better for us to ask the applicant about that, but I'll let my fellow commissioners ask questions they may have for you.
I have a question about the landscaping plan. I'm looking at the landscaping plan, and it looks like we're landscaping on Magnolia, we're landscaping for the railroad, but we're not putting landscaping on the secondary street, El Camino. Am I seeing that correctly? Yes, yeah, that's a good question. So their property ends at the western boundary with the railroad easement. So their property does not go all the way to El Camino Avenue. And so that belongs, actually, it's the city right away, and then it's the Burlington North Santa Fe easement. So it's Burlington's property, and the property line starts actually outside of that easement. So it's their property line starts to the east of the Burlington Railroad right away or easement.
They're not adjacent to the street. So if you were to drive out there, there is a railroad line, and actually it's used by BNSF for all of the mining activity, and it rolls through. So you have the rail line, and then you have the property line. So they are set back from the street. So they're going to be putting up a 6-foot-high block wall along their property line next to the rail line.
Okay.
So when I went out there today, it was the property line, which is chain link fence, and the railroad, and a graffitied wall all the way down to the end there, where there was an encampment there. So I can see, so my question is regarding the space that's created. We don't have control over that, except maybe on the other side of the wall of BNSF. And so it's going to create this corridor that we don't have any control over. So their property is to the east of that.
Either that or landscape then wall. I realize that's a medium ask because we're putting trees along the entire other side that the railroad will have the benefit of the visual appeal. But what anyone traveling on El Camino is going to see is a wall. When we have the option of saying plants wall, unless I'm just missing something. If we just, I mean, I understand that it's not their property adjacent to it, but on their property, can it not be landscaping wall?
Commissioner Longwell, I'd like to address that. So that entire west perimeter actually sits within what's considered the cap. So there's restricted landscaping that can go within that cap area.
Okay, that makes me feel better. Thanks.
Welcome.
And I was actually reading the history of before Clough and with Clough, and being in the city for so long and seeing this property deteriorate over the years as the business functions were declining and got to this point, obviously, with a new owner. I'm happy to see the improvements. There is a large need for this type of, as they describe it, the suites and the two building footprints. It's going to be a welcome change. I thought that with the concerns of the history and the contamination, and DTSC declaring it a hazard site. But once you drilled into the letter, Exhibit 13, and the links that they provided for the 3 recommendations for the moving forward with the production, or with the building, their plan, I mean, the health and safety plan it talked about, it covered 10 chapters having to do everything from assessing the soil content, decontamination, sampling programs, everything, all exposure protocols and all that. And then on top of that, they also have a secondary guidance for evaluations and sites. They have assigned a case manager, if you will, to work with the project manager. There's a lot there in the state. When the state has their identifying a site as being hazardous, then they're all over it. So I was very pleased to see all of those layers of direction for the applicant. I thank the write-up for the staff report. I thought it gave us a lot of good information. The capping is intriguing to me, that it covers a majority of the first building, the largest building, and then about maybe half of the second building. So with the 10 inches of compressed soil, compacted soil, 6 inches of concrete on top of that over most of the site, your first inclination is hearing that it's near the flood channel. And then here you have a hazard site and all of that. But I think they did a good job to bring all the resources to the table and address it as they move forward with the project. So I wanted to thank the applicant for answering my questions regarding grading. the amount of dirt that needs to be moved on-site and off-site, infill and cut. That alleviated my questions regarding the writing on the grading on page 5 of the staff report. So long way of saying I don't have any questions for staff.
Okay, then I guess we're done with questions for staff. And so then we will open the public hearing. I have one speaker card, which is Mr. Edwards. And he is here as part of the applicant's team. And then my questions were more about the environmental aspect, and I don't know if we have somebody from the environmental side of it who is here, but we'll let Mr. Edwards come forward and make his statement. And if we have any other cards that have come in the meantime, Ms. Capilla, thank you.
Good evening, Chair Woody and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you. We do appreciate all the efforts on staff to get us to this point. And we're really here to be able to answer any questions that you might have. We do have most of our entire team here, so we're prepared for all your thoughts. And I think you wanted to talk about the environmental aspect. We do have T&B. Tracy's in from them is prepared to go into that.
Great, thank you.
Evening, Commissioners. Tracy Zinn with TMB Planning. We're the authors of the Mitigated Negative Declaration. I think the question was how the hazardous materials items related to the city's CEQA document or MND. Am I understanding your question properly?
Yeah, because we're saying that all the negative environmental consequences or such of the construction are going to be mitigated. Mm-hmm. And so I know that you're still in the middle of working with the state, I believe, then on the toxic substances. So I was hoping to get a better understanding of those two concepts.
Yeah, a lot of work has been done with the state, both with the prior owner of the site, CLAW. They were the party as the responsible party for most of the cleanup. So in the documentation that was appended to the MND, all the hazardous materials reports were there, the coordination that was done with the state and the EPA regarding the cleanup that was the responsibility of the prior owner. The mitigation measures or the mitigation that is being imposed on the project by the state and the EPA, it's not necessarily carried forward into the MND because those are all considered regulatory requirements that are the responsibility of other parties to oversee and ensure their completion. They're not the city of Corona's responsibility since they're under the jurisdiction of those other agencies. So all of the information is recognized in the MND and appended to the MND, but the regulatory requirements by the state and federal government are not brought forward as mitigation because they fall under the responsibility of those other agencies.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure that we got, I'm still looking through this. I'm not sure that I saw any sort of what you were saying appended to the report, but I'm looking through it again.
I'm looking for the appendix number. Which I can't put my finger on, but to summarize, there's a soil management plan and a corrective action measure. So all of the cleanup has been done that could be done prior to disturbance of the subsurface. So as was mentioned in the staff report, the buildings have come down, but the footings, et cetera, anything that's subsurface is still there. That couldn't proceed through the demolition that occurred because there needs to be regulatory oversight for that. So if the project were to be approved tonight and the applicant moves forward with issuance of grading permits, et cetera, permits that the city would issue to allow disturbance of the subsurface. Then the regulatory agencies come in again. They do all the oversight that's necessary for disturbance of the subsurface. There'll be some hot spots that will be remediated, and then the placement of the cap that's part of this project's construction will be the final phase. So the closing out of all of the requirements that are imposed by the regulatory agencies, they actually can't be completed until the project's constructed, because this project's construction is the closure.
Yeah. Do you know about the timeline then of like the demolition? Because I know it mentioned that you've demolished the buildings, and then I'm just trying to line everything up because we've got the letter from the DTSC, which
I can
and I have
clarify
your
that.
I think it was your response to the letter was another exhibit as well.
The easiest way to explain that is the individual that wrote the comment letter on the MND were not the same individuals that have all the background and history on the site leading up to this point. It was two different divisions or sections or individuals at DTSC that were commenting on the MND versus had all the background and history on the property. It was kind of like I hate to say it, but like a form letter almost, the comment letter that came in on the MND.
Okay, I appreciate comment.
So just for clarification for myself, all of the cleanup requirements are not a condition of this project because they're already a condition imposed by the governing agencies that monitor the contamination. Fair statement?
Do you know, Gary? Like the cleanup has to occur.
Right.
So
That's why it's not conditioned in here.
That's correct.
Okay. That's kind of why I was clarifying. It has to occur. It's all the rules related to that are governed by someone else. We're not worrying about it. It's worried about by someone else and they're on top of it.
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, and I guess, yeah, I mean, it would be nice to hear that, I guess, from the city attorney or something, if you know who's looking out for that. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. I like the plan overall. This was my one big question mark.
No, I went through the letter from DTSC, and there's a lot there. It's amazing the layer of regulation. Sorry, it's a long night. I was impressed with the layers of compliance and safety measures for those on site. What happens if another hotspot comes up, whether it's during the capping, whether it's during the removal of the soil. So I learned an awful lot. But after all that is said and done, there is a project manager on site from the state to work in partnership. So that is a separate process. And then the industrial buildings go up. So I have no questions and no comments. I like it.
Okay. And then with that, we have one other public comment to hear from. Thank you, Ms. Zinn.
Feels like everything is in my hood or in my former hood tonight. I don't have anything to say about Foothill, but my concern about this deal, honestly, this will be great. So I want to start off going, yeah, this is going to be awesome. It looks like it'll be very nice. The other, what was there before Clough was a mess. It just has been a mess forever. I've lived here pretty much all my life. It's been a mess since I lived here. So this will be much nicer. My concern is I'm in that area a lot. Dino that was here earlier, his yard is right on the other side of the ditch from there. So he has trouble with people living under the bridge. And so I understand at some point the bridge is going to get widened and Magnolia is going to get widened. I'm just curious how this gets phased with the street and widening it versus the bridge. The bridge is right there. So seems to me that anything happening with that bridge is years off. So, you know, it doesn't seem like something that's going to get done as part of this project. It seems like a pretty big deal. Flood control is not exactly, seems to be not exactly real friendly to deal with as far as getting anything done. Hence the condominiums under the bridge. So, you know, how is the street going to work? Because there's a ton of trucks right through there. There's a ton of traffic. It's a gigantic bottleneck. And now we're going to add some more here. I think by the time the street gets done, it'll be great. But my question is, when's this going to be done versus when's the street and the bridge going to be widened? That's really my only concern about this whole thing. Thank you very much.
Okay, and then with that, we have no more comments. I'll close the public hearing. And then I guess, like I said, overall, I like the plan. I think it's definitely much needed improvement over the current situation. I'm wondering if my fellow commissioners would indulge me with just adding a condition of the city attorney, signing off on whether it's proper for us to be passing a MND, at this juncture.
So our city attorney, that's not their role and responsibility. So what I can tell you, we have worked with many sites that have been considered brownfields. The landfill over there off of Green River and Palisades, that was a petroleum pit. That was under DTSC, and we built industrial buildings around it, and there's a cap on there, and there was a gas migration system. So it is doable. So what the MND is, it's stating that there are measures that can be put in place to mitigate environmental impacts, and that's exactly what it does. So when DTSC talks about its mitigation, about the excavation and the fill and what you put on it, all that's being taken into consideration, which is why it qualifies. There's nothing in here that the city is asking the city to override. They're actually going to be complying with everything. So that is the difference. So we are well within our rules and regulation to process the MND and then work with these other regulatory agencies through the process. And the reason why DTSC commented is because they're one of our commenting agencies. We notify them, just like we notify flood control and we notify other types of agencies. We want to hear their input. And that's exactly what they did. They just wanted to send a reminder to us that in this particular case, there are going to be a little bit of extra controls that are going to go in place during the grading operation.
And I guess, yeah, so what I wasn't really quite clear on is the presence of the toxic substances which are in the process of being cleaned up. I mean, is that potentially a delay to the construction of this project? I mean,
It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's been a coordinated effort, and that is going to be the responsibility of the developer to continue to coordinate that effort.
So if the developer, isn't doing everything that the state wants them to do, it's basically up to the state to say, you wait, slow down till we get this taken care of.
Yeah, and our staff will also be overseeing that as well through the grading plans as well.
I wanted to make a quick note, Commissioner or Chair Woody. Wanted to make a quick note. I'm sorry. On page 4 of the conditions of approval, planning condition number 17, we have in place that prior to the issuance of any grading permit, per the phase 1 environmental site assessment technical study, that the risk-based application that was approved by EPA needs to be essentially implemented to obtain closure certification, and that grading of the subject site is subject to the soils management plan, as well as future development of the site is subject to the land use covenant, as well as the soils management plan, and the operational management plan, which shall be reviewed and followed during the development. So there is kind of safety measures in place that the city will be looking for as part of the issuance of a grading permit.
And I'm sorry, you're also spread out tonight. Which condition again were you talking about?
So it's the item tonight, the precise plan 2022-0003, and this would be Exhibit 3 of the staff report. And it's planning condition number 17, page 4 of 9.
Okay. Okay, perfect. That answers the question I had. Thank you.
And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring this up, but I believe that there is a memo in front of you. Maybe Ms.
Yes, I just
Coletta
shared it
can-
with the chair. Okay.
Okay, then, since my questions regarding the DTSC issue have been answered, I have no further questions or comments, so
I have one more
see if
thing,
my
Chair.
colleagues do.
Thank you. I'm looking at the conditions of approval on page 1 under building, and it talks about number 3, how there's a possibility of a noise variance, and so the applicant could possibly do a noise study and submit an application to change the hours of construction. Is that correct? And normally, this being in the area where it is, surrounded by everything, except for across the channel for La Corona Mobile Home Park. Being out there today and then driving on the other side and looking across the wash, could I ask a question? Could the noise study include not just commercial, but residential, since there are 60 families living there? If that could be incorporated, since they're the only sensitive site over there. Everything else, the project fits fine.
And I saw that on there too, that number 3 condition, and I thought maybe it was just boilerplate, but maybe it's not. Maybe you're picking up on something.
I'm not sure.
So there are certain times that they cannot perform within the hours of construction, especially when it comes to laying concrete foundation. There's a certain time of day, and it's usually outside of that window. So it's not all the time, but there's going to be times that they're going to have to be on the site outside of those operating hours, which means trucks are going to be coming into the site, which that will create noise. And if you have pump trucks, those are going to create noise, and it's for a limited time. So it's the same thing that happened with Latitude over there that you guys approved. They had to phase in the concrete foundation, and they had to do them really early in the morning in order for the concrete to set. So there is going to have to be that option. What we can do when we look at the noise variance, we can also let them send a notification to those residents and let them know on these specific days, this is when you may see construction outside of normal operating hours.
So if you're talking about the concrete being laid, you were talking about the cap itself?
Talking about the foundation for the building.
Okay, so the cap also includes concrete. Does that still apply for the conditions you just described?
If it's related to what their operation. I mean, if it's something that they have to work outside of those hours, we have a mechanism within our code that allows them to do that.
All right, I was just wondering if maybe there could be a consideration for not just a construction noise study, but also keeping in mind the residents.
But it is short term. And that's something that the Board of Zoning Adjustment reviews based on the days and how many days they have to do it.
I feel good about the notification. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, then, and anything else to discuss? Do we have a motion?
So I would make a motion that we approve the precise plan with the modification of noticing the residents.
And if we can also, for the record, include a revision to condition 54 in our staff report, which is presented in the memo this evening, we want to make sure it gets introduced into the record.
Yes.
Condition
And is it-
56, sorry.
Is it 54, 56? Yeah, it's listed both ways.
I'll second.
It is 56, so we have an error. It should be 56.
Okay, we have a motion that's been seconded. It's time to vote. Motion passes. And we've got item number 5. And are we doing items 5 through 8 with a single presentation? Okay. It doesn't specifically say that. So, all right. Then the next public hearing is for GPA 2023-0002. It is a general plan amendment to amend the general plan land use designation of 5.15 acres at 430 West Foothill Parkway from general commercial to high-density residential, applicant O&I Development. The proposed general plan amendment is one of 4 applications on the agenda that are associated with the development of the 107-unit senior living facility. I guess it is on there. So these are all going to be items 5, 6, 7, and 8. And so we're going to have Ms. Lopez present one presentation for all 4 items. We will ask questions about each item individually to the best of our abilities. We will have a public comment on each item as well and actions on each item separately in order. So there we go. I'll turn it back over to you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Chair Woody. The item before us tonight is a request for 4 entitlements for the development of 430 West Foothill Parkway. And it is for a general plan amendment, a specific plan amendment, a community facilities plan amendment, as well as a precise plan. The applicant is requesting that the Planning Commission review the architectural plans for a 107-unit senior assisted living facility on 5.15 acres of property. GPA, or a general plan amendment, is also being requested for this development project to change the land use, the current land use, from a general commercial to a high-density residential, which does permit up to 75 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is also being required to do or apply for a specific plan amendment to the Mountain Gate specific plan to create a new senior citizen residential, or a SCR category, land use category, as well as a senior citizen residential development standards. The applicant, the project also does require a community facilities plan amendment to the South Corona Community Facilities Plan, specifically the land use section of the plan, from a commercial to a senior citizen residential land use designation. And finally, the project does require a precise plan for the review of the site plan, landscaping, and other development features related to the project. This is a view of the project site. It is located west of Main Street, south of Foothill Parkway. The 5.15 acre site was previously part of the commercial project site located to the east of the project site, which is a Mountain Gate shopping center. There's currently an Albertsons there, as well as a variety of other stores, commercial stores. To the immediate west of the project site is the Corona Historical Museum, Heritage Museum, and just to the southeast is a property for zoned SFA, single family attached. To the south of the project site is Mountain Gate Drive, and to the south of that is Mountain Gate Community Park. And to the north of the project site is a single family residential zone, and to the north east is a quasi-public designation, zoning designation within the Mountain Gate specific plan. To give the commission a little bit of background of the project site, this is an infill development project site. It is consistent of 3 vacant parcels totaling 5.15 acres. The council previously had approved Precise Plan 97-6 for a 153,000 square foot commercial shopping center on a total of 15 acres, which included the 3 parcels. The 3 parcels were to be part of a second phase development of the shopping center. However, because of market conditions, the parcels were left vacant. As indicated by our planning records, the site had been considered for previous other development uses such as a tire shop, townhouses, etc. However, at the time, as well as currently, the city did not deem those projects consistent with the intended land uses within the specific plan. The applicant is proposing an assisted senior living facility consistent or proposed at a 2-story development with a combined total floor area of 109,551 square feet. Of the 107 units being proposed, 75 are geared toward assisted living dwelling units, and 32 would be for memory care dwelling units. There are 109 on-site parking spaces being proposed, of which 8 are located within the front portion of the project site under a proposed canopy structure or a carport structure. 24.64% of the lot, it would be covered with structures, and approximately 18.5% or 18.5 or 0.6% would be landscaped. There are various recreational amenities on the project site that are being proposed. Those amenities include a pool house, a pet area, as well as a citrus grove, garden beds, and a putting green. The applicant has significant experience and has knowledge or history in running these type of assisted living facilities. The applicant also has a short PowerPoint presentation after my presentation to present to the Planning Commission tonight with their background and expertise. The operations at this particular site will consist of 24-hour staffing and support services for their residents, 3 meals a day that will be essentially in the common dining areas, assistance with daily living, and this includes bathing, eating, and dressing and so forth. Transportation and shuttle service will be provided for the residents to medical appointments, as well as other outings that the residents have. There will be access to health and medical services, emergency call systems, exercise and wellness programs, medical management, laundry services, as well as social and recreational activities. So this is a view of the site plan. Site access is taken from Foothill Parkway, which is to the left of the screen. So traffic will be entering via essentially a 28-foot wide driveway. There is parking at the northern portion of the screen, which is essentially the north portion of the lot, that it will be covered parking. There is also a 28-foot wide circulatory driveway that essentially goes throughout the project site. There is a secondary emergency gate access that is located just to the right of the screen or closer to the Mountain Gate Drive southern portion of the lot. And that is essentially goes out to the commercial portion of the adjacent property. The applicant does meet development standards within the R3, which is the multifamily zone portion of the municipal code. As part of the specific plan amendment, the applicant is implementing a new district, which is the SCR district, Senior Citizen Residential District, as well as development standards for the SCR land use. This is very similar to the Cherokee specific plan, where there is an existing senior citizen residential facility on California Avenue, just south of Ontario Avenue. That specific plan also has similar senior citizen residential development standards. So this is very similar to those standards. Essentially, the development criteria will be required to meet the R3 zone standards of the municipal code, with exception of covered parking. So the code requires that the applicant provide one parking space for every unit or beds, whichever is greater. In this particular case, the assisted living portion of the project is being parked at congregate care parking, which is one parking space for 81 beds. So they are required to have 81 parking spaces plus one space for every 4 units or beds within the project. So that's an additional 20 parking spaces. So the assisted living portion of the project requires 101 parking spaces, which the applicant does provide. The memory care, while they will have, I believe it's 26 beds, they are required to park their memory care, or the code requires that parking to be parked at disabled parking, which is one parking space for every employee for the memory care. And the memory care portion will have 6 employees, so therefore there'll be 6 parking spaces required, totaling 107 parking spaces. The applicant provides 109 combined parking spaces, so they're actually over 2. One of the other deviations that is proposed within the specific plan, as we shall see in a moment, is the rear setback area. So because this project site fronts onto 2 streets, they're required to have a minimum of 25-foot landscape setback area. So they meet the requirement along Foothill Parkway. However, along Mountain Gate Drive, they have a 5-foot landscape setback area. And this is not a problem with the planning staff, in that the site actually is lowered by approximately 10 to 12 feet from Mountain Gate Drive. So there is currently landscape parkway with adequate landscaping up on the top, and the 5-foot will kind of flow into that top area landscaping, and then there will be a 10 to 12-foot high retaining wall along with the parking that's located along the southern wall there. So staff is okay with that setback along Mountain Gate Drive. And these are some of the floor plans that the applicant has presented to us. They have private studios as well as shared studios for their memory care patients. The private studios will have 1 bed. The shared studios have 2 beds. There are 1-bedroom units, which essentially have 1 bed within the units, and the 2 bedrooms feature 2 beds, or 1 bed in each of the bedrooms for the assisted care. This is a view of the proposed architectural renderings. Staff is very pleased with the design. They are consistent with the Mountain Gate specific plan guidelines, or architectural guidelines, which essentially call for Spanish Mediterranean colonial architectural design. All the roofing will be concrete tile roofing with a Spanish barrel tile. There will be accented architectural design features, stone features within the column areas. There are recessed windows. There is a porch entry or a car, I think it's called a portico, if I'm not mistaken. So cars will pull up, passengers will exit the car, enter the building, and so forth. There is a covered dining area within the front of the building as well. So the applicant has done a very nice job with the architectural design of this project. They've done also a nice job with the landscape plan. There is perimeter trees throughout the entire site. I believe, as mentioned previously, the site is landscaped. I think it's up to 24%, which exceeds the minimum 10% requirement. As a result of there not being any shaded parking for multifamily developments, the applicant is proposing plenty of shade trees to provide for that shading within the parking areas. As mentioned previously, there will be an in-ground pool, a pool house. There will be a dog run area for the residents, as residents will be allowed to have pets in their units. There is a citrus grove area for the residents to garden, and there will also be a couple of different trellises, shaded trellises throughout the establishment. So these are just street views of the project site. The top view is looking southbound onto the project site along Foothill Parkway. The bottom right view is looking onto the project site. Currently, the project site is vacant, and there is no development on the site. This is the existing fencing and landscaping that's located on the south end of the project site. This is looking from Mountain Gate Drive north onto the project site. And then the bottom view is looking from Debrina Way onto the project site. So there's an existing masonry wall that is located along the western edge of the project site, and the applicant will be essentially continuing that wall up to Foothill Parkway. The GPA, or the general plan amendment that's being proposed, essentially takes the 5.5 acres from a general commercial land use to a high-density residential land use, or an HDR land use. It is a good transition between the existing Heritage Park located to the west, the existing homes located to the southwest. It serves as a good buffer between the existing commercial site that's located to the east of the project site as well. In the Mountain Gate specific plan, the current land use is commercial. The applicant intends to change the land use from commercial to senior citizen residential, which is the blue area on the legend and on the screen. Within the South Corona Community Facilities Plan land use map, it is also changing the land use from a commercial to a SCR, which would make it consistent with the general plan, high density residential, as well as with the Mountain Gate specific plan. The SCR district that's being proposed, again, this is a proposal within the Mountain Gate specific plan. Currently, there is no SCR designation. The only other designation that there is within another specific plan is a Cherokee specific plan, as previously mentioned. So this essentially introduces development standards, the purpose, permitted uses, prohibited uses, density, and this is outlined again in the staff report as an attachment. One thing to note is that the density of the project is proposed at 20.77 dwelling units per acre. However, the applicant can actually go up to the maximum permitted density, which is a 40.5 dwelling unit per acre, which is within the South Corona Community Facilities District. So the 40.5 is actually less than the high-density residential land use designation. And so the applicant is actually going below that at a 20.77. Again, the development standards, future uses within the Mountain Gate specific plan, if there's another SCR applicant that comes in or a proposed SCR development, they will be required to adhere to these development standards. And again, the parking, they'd have to require, or they'd have to be consistent with the chapter 17.76, with exception that uncovered parking may be utilized when there is sufficient shaded canopy trees within the parking area as determined by the precise plan review process. The applicant's also looking to have a minimum square footage of 400 square feet for studio units, as well as 450 feet or square feet for all other dwelling units. And I think we do need to correct that 450 feet. That should be square feet. So we'll make a notation of that. The signage also has to be consistent with the municipal code, with the exception of the criteria that is here with regards to a 6-foot height as well as 60 square foot area. This project has been reviewed by based on the state guidelines for the California Environmental Quality Act. A mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project by the applicant's environmental team, which is also in the audience tonight to help answer any questions the commission may have. There are findings, staff has found positive findings for approval for the general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, and the community facilities plan amendment, in that they are all consistent with the city's general plan land use policy, which is to increase diversity of housing types, applicable densities, design and development policies, and our adopted housing element. The amendments are also consistent with land use policy 3.3, which is to promote flexibility in land use types, densities, and changes in housing needs, and is also consistent with the plan's vision, goals, and overall policy intentions. There are positive approval findings for precise plan approval in that the project is consistent with high-density residential designation of it being below the 75 dwelling unit per acre, as well as below the 40.5 maximum within the South Corona facilities plan. The project is consistent with all development standards as being proposed by the specific plan amendment, which includes the setbacks, parking, height, and other development criteria. It's consistent with the senior citizen residential zone, the South Corona facilities plan, the Mountain Gate specific plan, as well as the municipal code, and does serve as a transitional buffer between residential homes and the commercial land uses, as well as with the Spanish Mediterranean design within both South Corona as well as Mountain Gate specific plan. In light of the facts and findings, staff is recommending that the Planning and Housing Commission adopt resolution number 2625, granting the precise plan and recommending approval of the GPA 2023-002 specific plan amendment, 2023-0004, and the Community Facilities Plan Amendment 2023-0001 to the City Council based on the findings contained in the staff report and the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation, and the applicant is here before us tonight to present a short presentation on their project as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lopez. Okay, let's go ahead and then we'll hear from the applicant. We'll hear their presentation.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Woody, commissioners, and planning staff. Oh, yes, thank you. Get the clicker. My name is Carissa Savant, and I'm the Vice President of Development at O&I. I really appreciate all of your time tonight. I know it's been a long one. With me tonight is Crystal Robinson, one of our principals. And as Rocio mentioned, in the audience, we have our consultant who prepared the CEQA document to answer any questions for you guys, as well as our architect. So we prepared a quick presentation to just go through to introduce our company and who we are. And there's a little bit of site history. I won't be too redundant with what Rocio has already presented. And with that, Crystal will go through our organization.
I want to echo what Chris has said, and thank you so much for everybody's time tonight. I know it has been a long one, but really appreciate everybody being here right now. To share a little bit about Oakmont. So as Chris has shared, I am one of the principals of Oakmont Management Group and O&I Development. And Oakmont is a recognized leader within the state of California for senior housing. We currently have today, we have 91 communities, 88 of those being in the state of California. They're premier style retirement communities offering assisted living and memory care services. So we're proud to be here tonight and talking about the project here in Corona. Just to give a little bit of additional information with that, we currently serve today about 8,000 seniors in the state of California. Majority of those communities have already leased up, successful lease ups. I've personally been part of about 40 of our lease up communities in the state of California, so working really closely with the cities that we've partnered with and giving an opportunity to provide new homes to the seniors that are there, and working with the local city and the chambers, the Alzheimer's Association, providing support groups to the local communities. So we're excited to be here for this project tonight. Chris has a couple more slides that I just wanted to show you. We currently operate under the Oakmont Senior Living and Ivy Living brands. Again, 88 of those communities are in the state of California. There's a footprint that you can see kind of on this next slide here that shows kind of like some of our locations within the state of California. And then on this next slide here shows a few of our principals that I partner with here that are part of our team that have personally have intimate knowledge, deep roots in the state of California, pretty much local to California, and have worked on several of these projects that we've had too as well. And then our O&I development team, who's Krissa, who's part of here, and Eric Oxford, who's also our VP of construction, who's here today too.
Thank you, Crystal. And as part of this team, I just wanted to add as well, we are going to be acquiring this land upon receipt of entitlements, and we are an owner, operator, and developer. So it's something we like to share with cities and jurisdictions, because you will see these same faces once our doors open for operating, and can reach out to us anytime. So we just have a couple of slides here with some of our current projects on this. We just wanted to share the level of finishes and what we provide. And these are all assisted living and memory care in California. And then we have two projects on the next. These are two of our projects that are currently under development. This one is up in Northern California in the Roseville market. And this is slotted to be opening in October this year. And this one on the next slide is Westlake Village, and this one also is going to be opening towards the end of the year as well. And I think Rocio hit a lot of the site history, but I just wanted to add a couple things. This is the second phase, or was supposed to be the second phase to the larger shopping center project that was approved back, and I think the CCNRs were in place in 1992. So currently, right now, there are CCNRs that govern this property, and there's a restriction and constraint that doesn't allow much right now based on how they're currently written, what you could build here. So O&I has been working very, very closely with Albertsons and the two other owners of the shopping center parcel over the last 18 months to come up with a site plan, get their approval and support so we could put an amendment in place to these CCNRs that would allow our use too. So Albertsons couldn't be here tonight, as well as Hughes Investments, one of the other owners, but they did want me to express their support with this project too. And then I think with that, we are available. Did you want me, because this kind of, yeah, I think we're available to open some, answer any questions you have. This is, I think Rocio hit everything on the project summary, so thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any questions here?
I don't know that I have questions other than I am looking at this email that we received for someone objecting to the project. Is that the right one for this one? For the precise? It says for the precise plan though, and you're on GPA. It is for this plan. Okay, thank you. Sorry, it's been a long night. I wanted to let you know that I was made aware of the connection or the adjacent property with the Heritage Park. So I wanted to thank Ms. Lopez for making that connection with the applicant so that conversation could take place. I had spoken to Jeff Miller about his email request, so I was glad you took care of that. I also wanted to say that the meeting with Carissa and Ms. Vernon, Commissioner Vernon, and I agreed to meet with you to get a better understanding of the project. I know this has been vacant for a long, long time, and if it couldn't be commercial just because the market wouldn't support it. When you walked through and gave the layout, and of course the concerns for the traffic, you addressed that regarding the foothill and the mountain gate. I did want to share that I know Ms. Vernon, this is her, Commissioner Vernon, this is her wheelhouse, and she was very familiar with Oakmont, and she was very pleased with the balance of the level of care with that ratio. I know she brought up some questions regarding comments or suggestions regarding the amenities based on the clients. But I think everything that we brought up was answered thoroughly. So thank you for that time.
Absolutely, thank you.
I do actually have one question. One of the questions or comments that came from one of the neighbors was about guest parking. Is that something that, it's not in the ratio, but is that something that's contemplated?
Yes, it's actually in the ratio. So the 81 beds, and we have 81 spots for the assisted living residents. It's 1 spot per 4 beds for guest parking too, which is that 20 that adds up to 101.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then may either you or maybe the staff can, well, how does employee parking figure into it too?
So employee parking is that ratio. This is actually our highest parked community that we operate throughout California. We are very comfortable with the parking spaces here. Most of our residents, none of the memory care residents drive. Most of the assisted living residents don't drive either. We do have some residents, probably on average 7 to 10 per community that will bring their car, but that will kind of ebb and flow. And sometimes that just, when they first move in, they don't want to lose their vehicle yet, so they bring it with them. And then later the adult children can make the decision to, take it or not pay for that spot anymore and take it back home. And then, yes, we do. We have the transportation for all of our residents to and from activities and appointments that our operations team sets in place with part of our community.
So the parking for the residents isn't typically included with their space there at the community?
We don't have a lot of residents that drive with the assisted living
that.
and the level of care. So, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if this is the highest parked community you have, we'll take that as a compliment.
Thank you. I did have a question probably for Ms. Lopez. The email that we received, this having a history of belonging adjacent to the heritage, they're discussing what they have on their property. And since this is adjacent, it was part of a lemon grove. Do you know if there are any environmental history concerns with this lot, which is brought up in letter F on the email?
Yes, the soils was tested, so there was an environmental site assessment performed, or what's called as Phase 1, and the Phase 1 did recommend testing of the site, and so the site was tested for any agricultural, organic hazards or whatnot, and it did not reveal any contaminants or no detectable contaminants. And so
if that was in your report, I apologize. I just saw it because it was in the email that I was reading.
I believe it's an appendix to the environmental document.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And if I can also add, you have to remember back when we approved the shopping center, there was an assessment done at that time because it was all one piece of land and it was all groves. So the thing was mass graded in its entirety at that time. So it's already been evaluated back in the day when we built that center as well.
I do have a question, and I don't know whether it's Ms. Lopez or the applicant. There was a comment regarding the fencing. Could you go back to the slide talking about the fencing? The concern was with the wrought iron and the extensive length of the fencing and how it wasn't broken up. There was no interesting pattern to it, if that could be upgraded at all in your plan.
Are you referring to the fencing between us and the shopping center?
No,
or
on
ours
property.
and
No, for your project.
And towards the Heritage Museum or towards the Albertsons?
Any of it. I'm just, it was brought up that it could be more interesting from what was being proposed.
Sure.
The deterioration of that can quickly not look so attractive. And if there was some other suggestions you might come up with.
Yeah, I think we could look at the fence between us and the Heritage Museum again. The other side on that eastern boundary line, the owners of that shopping center actually, per the new CC&R amendment, will have approval rights over that as well because they're very concerned. It's a long stretch of fence, so we've already broken that up with some wrought iron, with the block wall planting on it.
And what are those called where there are towers in between?
Like the pilaster, yeah. Pilaster.
Thank you very much.
And we have some of those too. But we can definitely look at that wall between
make it more interesting, more complicated. That would be a great feature as far as that's concerned. I don't have any other questions, Chair.
Okay, and just out of just my own curiosity here, not really related, but the these are all going to be. I guess what is the range of the rent, per month for these units?
Thank you. I'll speak on that. The shared apartment homes in memory care typically start around $4,000 or so a month. And then for the 2 bedrooms, they could go up to about $8,000, $7,500, $8,000. That does include so many services. So all their amenities such as dining, 3 meals a day, housekeeping, transportation. Some of that could include some of their care that's built into that. So there's a lot of services that are built into that monthly fee.
Yeah, just curious. No, I don't have any further questions for the applicant. Fellow commissioners? Then we do have one other comment card. If he's waited, he certainly has. So this is Mr. Dave Clark. It's cold enough in here, so.
So I'm Dave Clark, and I am a realtor, a local realtor in town. And when I heard about what was going in, I'm a tenant in the shopping center, in the Albertsons Shopping Center. So I have a practice there with the team. And for 30 years, I've been selling homes surrounding this. So I started in 94 with all of the homes when they were built. And I've often wondered what is going to become of this vacant lot. And finally, here it is. And these guys, I think, have hit a home run. I have my senior real estate certificate, and I've been working with seniors. And this is a perfect location for them. And I know a lot of seniors, one thing that that a lot of the clients, I've literally put hundreds of people into homes surrounding this area. And I know that a lot of people have parents and have seniors who they would probably love to bring closer to them. And so this brings the possibility of bringing seniors closer to where they live. And it's such a great community, and there's so much to do in the area. So I just want to say welcome to these guys, and I highly recommend that you approve this. And I think it's a great addition. We can't have enough of this in our city, you know, to look after this portion of our, you know, of our citizens. And I think it's great. And I've still got a minute left, so I think I'll just let I'll end it by just saying I'm excited to be, you know, to hopefully be a part of this and to bring many people that I know into the area. So anyway, just excited and look forward to it. So thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And if you hadn't noticed, we would have given you extra time too. So.
I don't know about that.
All right. With that, we're going to close public comment and on item number 5, which is the general plan amendment, and bring it back here to the commission.
I make a motion to approve the general plan amendment.
I second.
Let's vote.
We may be having some technical difficulties. If I can take a roll call vote?
Yes.
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 Yes, from all commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. Motion passes. Now, time to get specific with SPA 2023-0004, specific plan amendment to the Mountain Gate specific plan. Change the land use of 5.15 acres at 430 West Foothill Parkway from commercial to senior citizen residential, and establish commensurate development standards for the SCR designation. And we've already discussed it. Any further questions for staff?
No question, but I just want to say that I really enjoyed the Mountain Gate, the plan and the phased in with the different projects and the different infrastructure. I thought Exhibit 5 was nice, but enough of that.
Any questions from you? No? I'll open public hearing in case Mr. Clark wants another crack at it, but looks like he's left. No, he's still there. Different seat. Okay. So you're good. You've said your piece. We're going to close public hearing and bring it back here. I will make a motion to approve the SPA.
I'll second.
And then we will vote. Voice vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, I vote yes.
I vote yes.
I vote yes.
That's yay from all commissioners. Thank you.
And then we have CFPA 2023-001, the Community Facilities Plan Amendment to the South Corona Community Facilities Plan, changing land use designation of this spot from commercial to senior citizen residential. And I'll assume no more questions, and I will, one more call for public comment. Okay, then we'll bring it back to the commission.
Move to approve.
Second?
And we will just do the voice vote this time.
Yes.
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 The second was from Commissioner Longwell.
Yes.
And that was a yay from all.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. And then Precise Plan 2023-0006 for the site plan architecture, landscaping, and other features associated with the development of a 107-unit senior assisted living facility at 430 West Foothill Parkway in the proposed senior citizen residential land use designation of the Mountain Gate specific plan. And then any comments? No, then I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, actually, I did have one question for Ms. Coletta. I apologize. The lot line adjustment, what's that process? Internal? It won't come back to us, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll still make my motion.
I'll second.
I'll say aye, yes.
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 And then did we receive any written communications from persons providing information or seeking action by the Planning and Housing Commission?
No, Chair, we have not.
All right, wonderful news. Ms. Coletta, anything to say?
No, I do want to thank the three of you for showing up tonight and tackling this. This was a rather large agenda. We haven't had one like this in a long time, but we've been working on these projects, as you can see, for many months, and some have been a year or so. So I do want to thank you for attending so we can move these forward. And I do want to say a special thank you to the staff. A lot of hard work the last 2 weeks on just finalizing these staff reports, a lot of time, but I do appreciate your attendance this evening, so thank you.
Yes, I'll echo that. The staff are getting all this done, maybe put in a little bit too much work, but that's all right. And then with that, we have a chance for commissioners to say anything else if they like. And
good night.
And looks like a relatively light agenda next time, so we'll adjourn.